Εν τω μεταξύ στο άλμες ύψος δεκάθλου ανδρών ο πύχης είναι στο 1 μέτρο και 88 εκατοστά. Δίνεται η κίνηση στον δρόμο των 400 μέτρων δεκάθλου ανδρών K18. Πρώτος μπαίνει στην τελική ευθεία ο Γωνός αθλητής Βόλος από τον 5ο διάδρομο. Τον ακολουθεί ο Σταύρος Τασκούδης από τον 6ο διάδρομο. Ο αθλητής των συνθέτων Βόλος, Ουκρανία. 71-81 φυγή επίδοση για τον νικητή στα 400 μέτρα δεκάθλου ανδρών K18. Σφυροβολία ανδρών τελικός.
Presentation for hammer throw final men.
Το αγώνισμα θα γίνει στο βοηθητικό στάδιο.
The event will take place on the warm-up area.
Στο αγώνισμα μετέχουν με τον αριθμό 230 για τη Μάλτα.
First athlete from Malta. Malta Karim Lukal Chuhal.
Με τον αριθμό 169 για την Γεωργία.
With bib number 169 from Georgia Goga Chikvaria.
Με τον αριθμό 139 για την Βουλγαρία.
With bib number 139 from Bulgaria Nikola Mikhov.
Με το 254 για τη Ρουμανία.
With bib number 254 from Romania Dragos Ionut Nikorici.
Με τον αριθμό 156 για την Κύπρο.
Bib number 156 from Cyprus Alexandros Poursanidis.
Με τον αριθμό 160 για την Κύπρο, πριν από λίγες μέρες τρίτος στο Ευρωπαϊκό Πρωτάθλημα K23.
Bib number 160 from Cyprus Iosif Kesidis.
Με τον αριθμό 145 για την Βουλγαρία.
A very good evening and welcome along to European Athletics live coverage of the 77th edition of the Balkan Athletics Championships, coming to you from the Pan-Thessaloniki Stadium in Volos in Greece. Volos is a city on the coast of Greece. It's about 330 kilometers north of Athens, about 200 kilometers so south of Thessaloniki, and the weather is scorching. Current temperatures around about 37 degrees. So it will be quite oppressive, especially for some of the field eventers and distance runners who are out there for quite a while this evening. We'll be joining you for live coverage for the next 4.5 hours or so, up until about 10 p.m. Central European time, the last of the action on day one. That's 11 p.m. local time in Greece. There is lots to come. Many of the world's best athletes are part of the Balkan member federations. There's 22 member federations in total. And many stars of the sport, particularly in the field events, are in Volos this weekend. The likes of Ivana Spanovic should be going in the long and triple jump. The likes of Emmanuel Corrales in the pole vault. And of course, Greece's double Olympic champion in the long jump, Miltiadis Tentoglu. We'll be seeing him a little later on, around 9 p.m. Central European time, but it's still very early on in the programme. There has been action throughout the day already, mostly decathlon, heptathlon action. A few other events thrown in there as well, but the championships are being run at senior level in conjunction with the under 18 and under 20 action. So we'll be seeing some of those teenage athletes also going head to head in track and field over the coming hours. And again, we will be back for day 2 tomorrow evening around the same time. So lots to look forward to this evening. First action that we're going to see, there'll be track and field action. The under 18 decathlon 400. It's just about to be on the start line. They're standing behind their blocks at the moment. And also the men's senior hammer throwers have just been introduced, and we'll be checking in on them very shortly.
Δρόμος 400 μέτρων δεκάθλου ανδρών K20, δίνεται η εκκίνηση.
Δεν έχει άλλο. Θα φέρει δεματικό ή...
Οι αθλητές μπαίνουν στην τελική ευθεία από τον 8ο διάδρομο Καρανακοτίνος Ελλάδα εκτός συναγωνισμού. Κρίστοφ Ατλακούρτη, Ρουμανία, αρχική επίδοση 48 και 85. Αποτελέσματα στα 400 μέτρα δεκάθλου ανδρών K18. Πρώτος, Βάλοβο, η Ουκρανία, 51-77, βαθμοί 735. Δεύτερος, Τασκούδης, Ελλάδα, 53-66, βαθμοί 654. Τρίτος, Βραγκολόμσκι, Βουλγαρία, 56-79, βαθμοί 529. Τέταρτος, Λέξε, Σλοβενία, 57-58, βαθμοί 499. Εκτός συναγωνισμού, Λάτσαρης, Ελλάδα, 54-96, βαθμοί 600.
And results for decathlon 400 meter men under 18. First place for Volos, Ukraine with 51 seconds 77 and 735 points. Second position for Taskudis, Greece, 53-66 and 654 points. Third place, Bragolomsky from Bulgaria, 56-79 and 529 points. Fourth position for Lexe, Slovenia, 57-58, personal best and 499 points. For the athlete from Greece, out of competition, Latsaris, 54-96 and 600 points. For decathlon, 400 meter men under 18.
Στο άλμα εις ύψος δεκάθλου ανδρών, ο πύχης είναι στο 1 μέτρο και 91 εκατοστά. Αποτελέσματα στα 400 μέτρα δεκάθλου ανδρών κάτω των 20 ετών. Πρώτος, Κούρτι, Ρουμανία, 48-84, βαθμοί 869. Δεύτερος, Αϊμπίντερ, Ισραήλ, 50-13, βαθμοί 809. Τρίτος, Ντόμπρε, Βουλγαρία, 50-43, βαθμοί 795. Τέταρτος, Λος, Ουκρανία, 51-55, βαθμοί 745. Πέμπτος, Πέπας, Ελλάδα, 54-30, βαθμοί 627. Έκτος, Πούρεμπερ, Σλοβενία, 56-72, βαθμοί 532. Εκτός συναγωνισμού, Τσίνος, Ελλάδα, 53-12, βαθμοί 676. Και Πετρίδης, Ελλάδα, 53-96, βαθμοί 641.
Results for decathlon 400 meter final men under 20. First place from Romania, Kurti, 48-84 personal best and 869 points. Second position for Einbinder, Israel, 50-13 personal best as well and 809 points. Third place for Dobrev, Bulgaria, 50-43, 795 points. Fourth position, Los, Ukraine, 51-55 and 745 points. Fifth place for Pepas, Greece 54-30 and 627 points, and 6th place for Pureber, Slovenia 56-72, season best 532 points. And the two athletes from Greece out of competition, Ginos 53-12 with 676 points, and Petrivis 53-96, 641 points.
Στο άλμα εις ύψος δεκάθλου ανδρών συνεχίζουν μετά το 1.91 δύο αθλητές. Ζαχάρια Βουλγαρία με το 344 και Άγγελο Τζανής Ανδρέογλου με τον αριθμό 175.
Two athletes still participating for men decathlon high jump final. The athlete Zakharev from Bulgaria made it through the height of 1.91 m the first attempt, and at the second place Andreoglou from Greece succeeded the height of 1.91 with the third attempt. Two athletes that continue for decathlon high jump final men.
Don't worry, I just got my license back.
Στο άλμα εις ύψος στο άλμα εις ύψος δεκάθλου ανδρών ο πύχης είναι στο 1 μέτρο και 94 εκατοστά. Όπως είπαμε συνεχίζουν δύο αθλητές, Άγγελο Τζανής Ανδρέογλου που πέρασε το 94 με την πρώτη προσπάθεια και Κρούμ Ζαχάριεφ που έχει άλλες δύο προσπάθειες. Δρόμος 400 μέτρων μετεποδίων ανδρών τελικός. Το αγώνισμα θα γίνει σε Δρόμος 400 μέτρων μετεποδίων ανδρών πρώτη τελική σειρά.
400-meter hurdles, final A, men.
Στο αγώνισμα μετέχουν στον 8ο διάδρομο για τη Γεωργία,
On lane 8 from Georgia, Levan Kvaratskhelia.
στον 7ο διάδρομο για τη Βουλγαρία,
On lane 7 from Bulgaria, Radin Valchev.
στον 6ο διάδρομο για την Ελλάδα,
Lane 6 from Petros Papagiannis.
στο διάδρομο
So hello and welcome back to your
για τη Σλοβενία.
5 from Slovenia, from Marko Petrovic.
Hello and welcome back to European Athletics live coverage of the Balkan Athletics Championships, coming to you from Volos in Greece. It is a scorching evening in Greece. Temperature is 37 degrees at the moment, and the first live action we'll be able to bring you on the track is the first section of the men's 400-meter hurdles. There will be two sections coming here, and this is expected to be the slower of them. The athletes with the inferior season's bests, and the full lineup from the inside in the red and yellow there on your shot of North Macedonia, that is Jovan Stahovski. He'll go in lane 3. In lane 4 will be Matan Dan of Israel. Lane 5 is Marko Pepalnek of Slovenia. Lane 6 Petros Papagiannis of Greece. Lane 7 Radin Valchev of Bulgaria, and lane 8 from Georgia, Levan Kvaratskhelia. The quickest man in the field this year is in lane 5, Marko Pepalnek of Slovenia, 51.84. So Pepalnek is in that luminous green and blue strip of Slovenia, but going well on the inside of him at the moment is Matan Dan of Israel. He is a best of 52.10 this year, and he went out in the heats at the European Under-23 Championships. He certainly seems to lead this field as they approach halfway, but look for Pepalnek to come back now in this second half. Also going well there is Petros Papagiannis on home turf, the Greek. He is a sub-52 second man, and he appears to lead there as they now approach the 8th barrier, but it is very close. It looks like Pepalnek is starting to close him down, but no doubt about it, Petros Papagiannis is leading as they approach the 10th hurdle. But can the Greek man hang on home turf in Volos? It looks like he's going to do it. Petros Papagiannis takes victory in the first section of the men's 400-meter hurdles. And a triumphant arm goes into the air for Petros Papagiannis, the Greek athlete who has a best of 51.95. His best this year is 52.40, so slightly upsetting the odds there to beat Marko Pepalnek. And we'll await confirmation of that winning time. But no doubt about the winner. It is Petros Papagiannis of Greece. And we will be on air in the European Athletics coverage until about 10 p.m. Central European time tonight. So about 4 hours of live athletics coming up from the Balkan Athletics Championships, the 77th edition. They've been running all the way back to 1930, and 22 member federations make up these championships. They have travelled from all around. There are some global stars of the sport, the likes of Angelina Topic, Emmanuel Corrales, Ivana Spanovic, and of course Miltiados Tintoglu, the two-time Olympic champion from Greece. Sure to have plenty of home support in Volos. Volos is a city about 330 kilometres north of Athens. It's a coastal city, and it is the host venue at the Pan Thessaloniki Stadium, and it is quite a spectacular stadium. But it's certainly not an ideal evening to be outdoors for, well, any of these athletes really. As I mentioned, temperatures hitting about 37 degrees currently. They were slightly higher earlier in the day. They will drop to about 30 degrees over the course of the next 4 hours. The action will be going until about 11 p.m. Greek time. That's 10 p.m. Central European time. And lots of great races, and indeed great contests in the field to come.
Τέταρτος Βάλτσε Βουλγαρία 53-08, πέμπτος Νταν Ισραήλ 53-55, έκτος Βαρτσέλια Γεωργία.
And just confirmation coming through of that first section of the men's 400 metre hurdles, and it was indeed Petros Papagiannis taking victory in a big PB for him, 51.04, so he has risen to the occasion. He will have to play a waiting game though to see if that is good enough to surpass the athletes in this second, which we expect will be the faster of two sections in the men's 400 metre hurdles. We could probably expect something below 50 seconds because there are a number of accomplished men in there. The likes of Nicholas Strohmeyer Dangle of Austria has been below 50 seconds already this season, so it should be something close to that. It is very good conditions for sprinting in Volos. Not exactly ideal conditions to go warming up in. Certainly not the field eventers won't be too happy being out there too long. The distance runners certainly won't enjoy it. We've got 3,000 metre steeplechase action and 5,000 metre action coming up later on, and there is confirmation of that result. Petros Papagiannis taking victory in a big personal best, 51.04. Brilliant run from him. His previous best, 51.95. Second goes to Marko Pepelnek, 51.88 for him. That's very close to his best of 51.84. And then back in third from North Macedonia, Jovan Stahovski, 52.84 for him. That is his season's best. So there is the lineup for the second and final heat of the men's 400 metre hurdles. And I do call them heats, but that might be a little bit confusing because there will not be a final to follow. Just divided up based on season's best, and then the fastest overall time will indeed take the medals. So there is lots of talent in this second section of the men's 400 metre hurdles. We'll see who can surpass the 51.04 set by Petros Papagiannis in that first heat. And we saw a shot there of the women's triple jumpers. They will be the next event up in the field. That's getting underway in about 10 minutes time, just under 10 minutes time. We're looking forward to seeing the likes of Ivana Spanovic of Serbia, who's obviously better known as a long jumper. That's what she made her name in across, well, over the last decade and a half or so. Olympic bronze medalist, two-time world indoor champion, a world champion in 2023 in the long jump, but she is a very good triple jumper as well. She's well over 14 metres, including this season. We'll be seeing if that could be good enough for another medal on Ivana Spanovic's growing collection, but she certainly won't have it easy with the likes of Slovenia's Negja Filipic, a 14.42 triple jumper this year, certainly the favourite for gold. But back on track, it's time for the second heat. And a reminder that this is a de facto final in the men's 400 meter hurdles. And going on the outside from Turkey, that is Mustafa Sinpolat. The youngster, 51.69 his best, 51.82 this year. This is Mitja Zubin of Slovenia. Just 19 years old. He was 8th in the semi-final at the European Under-23 Championships. Ran 50.61 his personal best back in May. From Israel, this is Omri Shif, the student at Long Beach State University. And he ran his personal best of 50.29 back in April in California in Long Beach. This, however, is probably the favourite, Nicholas Strohmeyer Dangle. He is going to be a force to be reckoned with here. 8th just this week in the World University Games final. 49.74 his best. Then it was Dimitrios Levantinos of Greece, 50.33 his best. He's in lane 4. In lane 3 there, that is Rostislav Holubovic of Ukraine, 50.97 athlete this year. And rounding out the lineup on the inside lane from Malta, Benjamin Salnitro. He will have his work cut out in this field. He is a 54.66 man at his best. But he is a youngster, and it is a great opportunity for the youngster to compete in this big stadium and wear his country's colours. But the favourite, as I mentioned, will certainly be in lane 5, Nicholas Strohmeyer Dangle. He was 8th, as I mentioned, in the World University Games final. He ran just 51.96 there, but he did run his personal best to get into that final, finishing 4th in the semi-final, 49.74. If he runs that here, it should be enough for gold. But look out for Omri Shif of Israel, the 24-year-old, in the lane outside him, lane 6, a 50.29 athlete already this year. Away they go, and the gold should certainly be decided in this race, given the calibre of athlete in the field. And it looks like Austria's Nicholas Strohmeyer Dangle has gone out quite hard there in lane 5. He has already eaten up the stagger and just bounds past Omri Shif in the lane outside him. Shif, I would expect to come back, but at the moment, the halfway stage, it is Nicholas Strohmeyer Dangle leading this one by several metres at the moment. Now look at Shif. He is now coming back into it. He is eating into that advantage, and that is despite running in a wider lane there to Strohmeyer Dangle. Can he launch a big challenge against the Austrian up this final home straight? And look out too for Greece's Dimitrios Levantinos. He's coming back well there in lane 4, but it is Strohmeyer Dangle hanging on grimly towards the line. He's going to take it. We'll await confirmation of the time, but I suspect it is good enough for gold. Nicholas Strohmeyer Dangle, if he ran under 51 seconds there or so, that will be a gold medal run for the Austrian, and indeed he has. 49 flashes up on the screen, and he is the gold medalist, and sensibly someone was waiting, of course, with the Austrian flag. And Nicholas Strohmeyer Dangle, fresh off the World University Games final, where he finished in 8th place. Well, he's finishing at the opposite end of the spectrum in this final. He commanded that race. You could really see Omri Shif of Israel making a big effort on that second bend over those 7th, 8th barriers. But in the end, Strohmeyer Dangle had the strength. He had put his speed to very good use over the opening half of that race. Dimitri Levantinos there back in 3rd. Very close order he was keeping as well, but just a stumble off that 9th barrier might have cost him a little bit. But Nicholas Strohmeyer Dangle of Austria takes the gold medal and takes the title at the Balkan Games, at Balkan Athletics Championships. And that is very close as well to his personal best, just outside the 49.74 that he ran to get into that World University Games. Strohmeyer Dangle was 2nd at the National Championships in Austria last year in the 400 hurdles. He's got very good speed. 2nd, he was the Austrian indoor 200 meter champion earlier on this year. And he has won 5 national titles in total, counting indoors and outdoors. And we saw that speed being put to very good use there as he comes home. And it's now official 49.87 for Nicholas Strohmeyer Dangle, just over 1/10 of a second outside his lifetime best. He takes gold at the Balkan Athletics Championships. Silver goes to Omri Sheif of Israel, who has set a personal best in second. A brilliant run by the 24-year-old, 50.22. Takes 700ths of a second off his previous best. And then back in third, the bronze will go to Mitja Zubin of Slovenia, 50.67 for Zubin, just 600ths outside his lifetime best. And then unfortunately for the home nation, Dimitris Levantinos just edged off the podium into fourth, 51.01 for him. And we're doing the introductions for the women's triple jump. And you can see there that is Alexia Yana Dospin being introduced, the 22-year-old. She's a best of 14.05 and comes here fresh off a victory at the European Under-23 Championships in Bergen. There is a very familiar face there, though, with the towel wrapped around her. Although there's no real need to stay warm in these kind of temperatures. Ivana Spanovic, the 35-year-old Serbian, taking part in the triple jump, which is rare for her. She spent a lot of her career not doing the triple jump between 2015 and 2021, but she was very good at it early in her career, and she has come back to it late in her career, and she is a 14.24 jumper at her best. The next athlete being introduced beside her was Elena Andrea Talos of Romania, a 14.47 jumper at her best. And then finally, from Slovenia, perhaps the favourite, Neja Filipic, the 30-year-old who has jumped 14.42 already this year, 6th at the World Indoor Championships in Nanjing. So it is a very high caliber women's triple jump to get our field action underway on day one of the Balkan Athletics Championships. Confirmation of that victory in the second section of the men's 400 meter hurdles, and that winning time 49.87 ensures that gold goes to Nicholas Strohmeyer-Dangel of Austria. So we're ready to get underway in the women's triple jump, and they will be jumping in reverse order in terms of season's best. So the big guns will be last on the runway. 13 women in total contesting this women's triple jump. And first up, it will be Anastasia Senchiv of Moldova. She is a 13.44 athlete at her best, 13.03 this year. Jumping through the shadows and into the sunlight. Senchiv off to a good start, it looks like there. That looks, if that measuring board behind the pit is to be relied upon, that looks well over 13 meters, and given she's jumped a best of 13.03 this year, that would be a great start for her, but we'll await confirmation because I'm not sure that was a valid attempt. In fact, it was a valid attempt, and she has opened with 13.47, so a huge start there for Senchiv, a personal best. And I did mention that some of the power athletes and speed athletes will be quite content with these conditions. And it looks like Anastasia Senchiv is very much at ease in them. Next up, Nikolava Golina. And she just bails out of that one on the second or third phase there. And Galina Nikolova, who has jumped 13.30 at her best, will start with a foul. And a reminder that top 8 athletes at the halfway mark after 3 rounds will continue on to the second half of the competition and get 3 more attempts. So nothing major to worry about yet for Nikolova. She will certainly want to register a valid attempt in round 2. Natalia Grigorian jumped 11.80 of Georgia just before we switched over to the coverage. So the way is still being led by Anastasia Senchiv.
Next event, 400 middle hurdles, final heat A.
Next Next up on track, however, it is Section A of the women's 400 metre hurdles final, and we'd expect this to be the slower of the two sections. In the outside lane from Albania, that is Livia Topi. She has best of 62.60. Then it is Ilkim Altunbulak of Turkey, the youngster, 59.56, her best. This is Natalia Pirojenko Chornomaz, 59.25 this year, but she's a 58-second athlete at her best. Then in lane 5 from Croatia, Eva Makiewicz, 58.94 this season, makes her the quickest in the field. Then from Bosnia-Herzegovina, that is Masa Garic. She is a 58.91 athlete, her best, 59.26 this year. And on the inside from Georgia, Anna Sokadze, 61.91 her best. So, if form is to be relied upon, this should come down to a clash between the athletes in the central lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7. Masa Garic, Eva Makiewicz, Natalia Pirojenko Chornomaz and Ilkim Altunbulak. Fastest of them this year, the only athlete to go below 59 seconds is Eva Makiewicz of Croatia. She goes in lane 5. She comes here fresh off the European Under-23 Championships in Bergen. She got knocked out in the heats there. But Pirojenko Chornomaz has been in great form as well. 59.26 in Lutsk just last month. Look out for her too. While Garic comes here off 2 championships. She was a semi-finalist at the World University Games just a few days ago, and a week earlier went out in the heats at the European Under-23 Championship. She goes in lane 4, so 3 championships in 10 days for Masa Garic in lane 4. We'll see how well she handles it. But at the moment, Makiewicz has gone out very hard here. Really has taken command of this race as they approach that top bend. But can she hang on? Because this is a big, big effort at the moment. And it is Masa Garic now coming through ahead of Makiewicz, the Croatian, just tying up slightly, and it looks like the Bosnian has timed this to perfection, really running strong there towards the finish. How fast has she gone? 58.91, her personal best. That looked like a very, very polished performance by Masa Garic, and I mentioned those 3 championships in 10 days. We wondered how she would handle the fatigue of that, but she has done just brilliantly there with 58.40 on the clock. And that's the reason she is dropping to the ground, head in hands, but the disbelief is all positive because she is absolutely thrilled with that, is Masa Garic, the 20-year-old. She timed that to perfection. Eva Makiewicz in the lane outside her went off very, very hard. She had complete control of the race after 250, but as all 400 hurdlers know, it is a long, long way home from that 7th barrier. And in the end, it was Garic who came through the strongest to take victory. And we won't know yet if it's good enough for a medal, because there is a second section to follow in a few minutes' time. We would expect that to go quicker, but you never know, because that is a very good benchmark that has been laid down by Masa Garic. Back to the long jump, and Marina Sinai, triple jump of Ukraine, is currently on the runway. She is a 14.12 jumper at her best, and that looks like a big foul to start the competition, if my eyes are to be relied on, and they're not always, that's for sure. But yeah, the officials immediately coming in there and raking that pit, so a foul to start the competition for the Ukrainian. And since we were away at the track, I can tell you there's not much change in the standings. It is still Anastasia Senchev with that opening effort of 13.47 leading the way. As we see, Oksana Koroneva of Greece is next on the runway. 14.03 is her best. That was jumped on home turf in Greece last month. She's got a long jumper too, is Koroneva, 6.43. And that looks like a good effort to start this competition. And this time it is not the men with the rakes, it is the man with the measuring stick. using that laser beam technology, who will step in and measure that jump, which is a very good effort. It is a very good effort. 13.76. That moves Korneva to the head of the standings. It is, of course, early days still in round 1. We've had 9 jumpers so far, 4 left to go. But as things stand, Oksana Korneva has been the best of them. 13.76. She takes the lead ahead of Senchiv. Next up, though, is an athlete who could certainly surpass 14 metres, Alexia Jana Dospin. She won European Under-23 gold last week in Bergen in Norway, 14.05. She jumped there. And it's great jumping conditions in Volos this evening. Just loses control a little bit there in that third phase. You can see that transition between the skip or the step and the jump. Not quite what she wanted, just the legs slightly collapsed and couldn't get really any elevation on that third phase, but she'll be back for at least 2 more attempts, probably 5 more attempts. And certainly riding the wave of that gold medal is Dospin at the European Under-23 Championships. And next up on the runway is a horizontal jumper we don't often see too often in the triple jump. Better known, of course, as a long jumper, but she is a very fine triple jumper as well. Ivana Spanovic of Serbia, the 35-year-old, 14.15 she has jumped at her best this season, but she is a 14.24 triple jumper at her peak. Let's see how close she can get to that here in round 1. That looks like a foul, I think, from Spanovic, but you see the distance she jumps despite that is huge. But it will not be a valid attempt for Spanovic, unfortunately, but if she can get things right on the board, certainly a jump in excess of 14 metres looks to be within her. So confirmation, 58.39 personal best it was for Masa Garic in Heat 1. Eva Makiewicz, 59.39 for second, and Ilkim Altunbulak, 59.76 for third. So those are the marks that these athletes in the second section now have to beat. We would expect them to do so because there is a lot of talent in this lineup. On the outside lane from Cyprus, Calypso Stavru. She's a 58.45 athlete at her best. In lane 7, Gulsa Cebici of Turkey. She's a 58.06 athlete at her best, a semi-finalist recently at the European Under-23s. That's where she ran her personal best. This is Laura Zenegia, one of the Greek twins in this. The youngster, just 21 years old, but she is the favourite for gold here. 56.69 her personal best. She ran that national Under-23 record in the semi-final at the recent European Under-23s. The lane inside her from Serbia, that was Maja Gacic, 58.05 this season. The second of the Zenegia sisters is Olimpiona. She's a 58.08 athlete. She reached the semi-final at the recent European Under-23s. Then it is from Israel, Noah Levi, 58.40 her personal best. And then rounding out what is a very even but strong lineup from Slovenia, Ursula Kernelk on the inside lane. She has a best of 58.79. So a bit of a sibling rivalry playing out, but they're well used to racing each other. The sisters Laura Zenegia and Olimpiona Zenegia, but Laura will be the favourite going in lane 6 for Greece, the 21-year-old. She was 4th at the Balkan Championships last year. She set her personal best at the time, 58.01. She has come back a much stronger athlete, and if she gets a clear round here over the 10 barriers, we would expect Laura Zenegia in lane 6 to come home in front, but she won't have it easy. There's a lot of athletes around her who've run low 58 seconds, and they might break into the 57s today given the conditions. Laura Zenegia will have to be close to her best to take victory here. She hasn't gone off too fast. It looks like Maja Gacic of Serbia just taken a metre out of her there. Zenegia with a patient control start to the race, just stuttering into that barrier, Zenegia, and it's certainly Gacic has the lead over her, just rising there ahead of her at the moment. But Zenegia who, as I mentioned, is coming off those European Under-23 Championships. We would expect her to come back into this over this latter half, and you can see her just shift pace there out in lane 6, sandwiched between those 4 athletes, and she just changes gears and moves up on the outside of Gacic, but going very well in lane 3 as well as Noah Levi of Israel. But now the class starts to tell and the strength starts to tell as well for Laura Zanegia. She hits the 10th barrier, running faster than anyone in the field. Laura Zanegia takes gold at the Balkan Championships, and it is her twin sister Olimpiona Zanegia who comes through for second, 57.04 on the clock unofficially. And the favourite prevails at the Balkan Championships. Laura Zanegia takes gold on home turf in Greece. And it was a brilliantly timed effort as well, you'd have to say, by Olimpiona Zanegia back in second, because she really did come through from way back there to take the silver medal. And I think that will be good enough for a silver medal, assuming she's quicker than the first section there. Garic Massa, confirmation of Heat 1, 58.39. 2 other athletes under 60 seconds. But no doubt about the champion, Laura Zanegia takes the gold medal with a swift winning time as well. For now, it's back to the triple jump. And we see there an effort around about 13 metres from Turkey's Kadri Dilek Durmus. 13.13 she had jumped, and in fact that is the mark. The way still being led. Now we actually missed that jump, but it was Elena Andreea Talos of Romania has jumped into the lead with 13.81. So we're edging closer to that 14 metre mark, but it is Talos who leads the way at the moment. Sotiria Rapti taking her second attempt, and that is 12.74. It's come up at in the system. It will not be an improvement on the 12.98 she jumped in round 1. And as you can probably hear in the background, they're calling out the official results now of that women's 400 metre hurdles. Laura Zanegia, 57.02. Her sister Olimpiona takes silver with 57.91, and then Maja Gacic back in third will take the bronze medal, 58.17. Back to the triple jump. Yekaterina Sarayeva of Azerbaijan opened with 13.06. She's currently sitting down in 6th position. And that's just flashed up as 12.71 from Sarayeva. So no improvement for Sarayeva there. She stays down in 6th position with Elena Andreea Talos still leading, 13.81. As we see confirmation of section 2 of that women's 400 metre hurdles. Laura Zanegia, 57.02, ahead of her sister Olimpiona. Alexandra Mitrovic of Serbia taking her second attempt. As we await the measurement, just confirmation that Maza Garic, her time of 58.39 in the first section of the women's 400 metre hurdles was not quite enough to get on the podium. She'll finish in 4th overall. So the top 3 in the women's 400 hurdles will come from that second heat. $13.49 there from Mitrovic. Now, Maria Sinai of Ukraine is next on the runway. She fouled her first attempt. Let's see what she can produce here in round 2. 14.12 she has jumped at her best. She's a 13.96 jumper already this year. Looks like frustration there for Sinai in round 2 because, oh no, it is in fact being measured, but that's why the frustration was there. She was way behind the board, and perhaps sensible really from Sinai. Having fouled that opening attempt, just didn't want to take any chances, wanted to get one on the board. The big thing these jumpers want is to be able to take 6 attempts, and she's given herself a great chance with that second effort. 13.32, even though there was probably about 30 centimeters left behind her on the board. She has moved into the top 8 and she is now in 6th position, so very likely to get all 6 attempts. Next up, the athlete is currently in 2nd position, Oksana Korneva of Greece. As I mentioned, 14.03, her best. Let's see if she can get close to that 14 metre barrier here. And it is quite close. It's in the top half of the 13 metre range. 13.76 she opened with. Pretty much spot on the board. Not too much room for manoeuvre there. Korneva, it is an improvement. 13.80 she jumps with the exact same wind reading as in round 1, 0.6. So a gentle breeze behind these athletes, and with hot weather conditions in Volos, it is pretty much what you would ask for. It's probably uncomfortably hot. I'm sure there'll be plenty of ice packs and cool drinks being applied and consumed over the coming hours. About 37 degrees the current temperatures in Volos, but that'll be dropping towards about 30 as we advance through the evening and that sun starts to set. Now it's Romanian Elena Andreea Talos, Alexia Dospin it is, of Romania, taking her second attempt, but frustration for her there. And it is a valid attempt, however. Pretty good on the board. Just see her chopping that stride there. It's just always sensing really where that board is exactly. And she just pulls back slightly, and I'll leave it to the triple jump experts to work out what exactly didn't click there for Dospin, but 13.17 it is. She is crucially into the top 8. She is now in 8th position, well into round 2. It looks like Ivana Spanovic is going to be next up on the runway. Spanovic, of course, fouled her opening attempt. She has so many medals from so many championships. Olympic bronze in 2016, world title, I should say, in 2023, 2 world indoor titles, 2018 and 2022. She's a very good triple jumper as well. 14.15 already this year. She needs to get on the board here in round 2. It looks like she has. Gets a warm round of applause. Looks like that will be measured for Spanovic, but what has she managed? And a true pro there on the board, making the necessary adjustments. And Spanovic has gone straight into the lead. 13.89 it is for Spanovic in round 2, and she leads the Balkan Athletics Championships in her secondary event, the women's triple jump, which, as I mentioned, she spent about 7 years not doing it through the peak of her long jumping career, but she used to combine it with the long jump a lot earlier in her career, and over the last 2 or 3 years she's just started to dip her toe in the triple jump waters once again, Spanovic. the age of 35, she is still jumping very well. Of course, a 7.24 long jumper at her best. I remember being in Belgrade when she won the world indoor title. It was one of the best atmospheres you could find in the sport. The place was absolutely rocking at the time when Ivana Spanovic took world indoor gold with that monster jump, but not quite at her best in the long jump yet this year, which is perhaps why we see her in the triple jump now. 6.51 so far, her season's best in the long jump, but clearly doing very well in the triple jump. And she jumped straight into the lead. And I can tell you that unfortunately she's been deposed at the head of the standings while we cut away to that placeholder shot. Elena Andreea Talos of Romania has jumped 14.10. Expected Talos to feature strongly, and indeed she has. 14.19 her best, and this season she is a 14.47 jumper, of course, on personal bests, and she has immediately taken the lead off Spanovic. So it's time for more one lap running. This time there'll be no hurdles in the way. It is the first of 3 sections in the men's 400 metres. On the outside lane, Ermin Beganovic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, 48.39 his best. Then it was Pavlos Nicolaou in lane 7 from Cyprus, 47.10 his best. That is Vladimiros Andreadis of Greece, 47.22 his best. That was run this season. From Serbia, the quickest man in this field, Dario Bazic Palkovic, 46.81 this season. In lane 4 from Turkey, Erin Keser, 47.66 he has run this year. And rounding out the field in lane 3 from North Macedonia, 49.26 is the quickest time that this man, Mihail Petrov, has ever run, and he did that this season. But the favourite, you'd have to imagine, it will go in lane 5, Dario Basic Palkovic. He was 6th and went out in the heats at the European Under-23 Championships recently, but did run a personal best of 46.81, and he was 2nd at the Serbian Indoor Championships over 400 metres earlier this year. And he will take all the beating here if he can reproduce something like that 46.81 that he recently ran up in Bergen. But the likes of Pavlos Nicolaou in lane 7, 47.10 he has run this year. And of course Vladimiros Andreadis of Greece on home turf. He ran his lifetime best just last month in Trikala. And of course has home advantage. He goes in lane 6. So away they go, and as insomnia blares out once again around the stadium in Volos, the athletes are certainly not getting any sleep. They are tearing down the back straight and going off very hard. There is Vladimiros Andreadis of Greece, but Cyprus's Pavlos Nicolaou also holding that stagger in the lane outside him. And it looks like Dario Basic Palkovic has got plenty of work to do at the moment in lane 5. But he is now starting to do it, and flying up there in lane 4 is Erin Keser of Turkey. Can he keep that going? So Palkovic has a lot of work to do there in lane 4 if he's to get back to these men. It is Keser and Andreadis head to head down the home straight, and it is the Greek teenager rising to the occasion on home turf. He's going to take the first section of the men's 400 metres with a brilliant performance and a huge lifetime best, it looks like, for Vladimiros Andreadis. His previous best, 47.22. It looks like he has smashed that. It was a very strong 300 from Erin Keser of Turkey in lane 4, but he just couldn't keep it going. And Dario Basic Palkovic there, he came through strongly for 2nd, but he has not run a bad race at all, Palkovic. It is simply that the Greek teenager has risen to a completely new level. 47.22, his previous best. He has made a big breakthrough here. $46.61. A brilliant run by Vladimiros Andreadis. He takes victory ahead of Dario Basic Palkovic, 46.91 in 2nd, and then it is Turkey's Erin Keser in 3rd. He's got a personal best as well, 47.04. There's a lot of road left to run, with 2 more sections to come in the men's 400 meter final, and of course the quickest overall times will take victory. As we see the Zenigia twins, Laura, the gold medalist, her sister Olimpiona, the silver medalist, reigning supreme on home turf. And if you're wondering which is which, that's Laura on the left. And no, I can't tell them apart. I'm just looking at the bibs. But Laura takes victory with 57.02. There is confirmation, and a brilliant personal best there by Olimpiona in second, first time under 58 seconds. She takes the silver, and then it is Serbia's Maja Gacic takes bronze, 58.17. And then just a full rundown of the first heat in the women's 400 meter hurdles. Maja Gacic of Bosnia and Herzegovina takes victory, but not quite quick enough to get on the podium. She finishes 4th overall. Confirmation there of that brilliant personal best by Petros Papagiannis, 51.04 for the teenager to take the first section of the men's 400 meters. And now we're going well back into the men's 400 meter hurdles, and gold there going to Nicholas Stromayer Dangle, 49.87, ahead of Omri Shif of Israel and Mitya Zubin of Slovenia. And a brilliant performance there, 46.61. That is a big breakthrough by Andreadis Vladimiros to take victory in the first of 3 sections in the men's 400 meters. But the upcoming heat we would expect to get a little bit quicker, because it does feature a number of 46-second men and one 45-second man. That is Bosko Kijanovic of Serbia. He goes in lane 5 in the middle of the field. Obviously those central lanes are prized by most 400 meter runners, although occasionally you do get the odd outlier. Let's not forget that Wade van Niekerk set the world record from the outside lane in the Rio Olympics, and some athletes do like being on the outside, just run their own race. They say they don't get distracted by the early moves of athletes around them. As we look back to the second section of the men's 400 meters final, on the outside will be Ihsan Selçuk of Turkey, 47.12. He ran his personal best this season. This is Moldova's Ivan Galusko. He has a best of 47.05. In lane 6 from Cyprus, Paisios Dimitriades, the 28-year-old, a 5-time national champion. He ran 46.53, his lifetime best recently at the European Team Championships. But the favourite, the quickest man both this year and overall, Bosko Kijanovic of Serbia, he goes in lane 5. He was a semi-finalist at the World Indoors in Nanjing earlier this year. From Slovenia, in that luminous singlet that we would certainly never miss, Lovro Mesec Kosir. He is a 46.76 athlete. And on the inside lane from Bulgaria, Todor Todorov. He is a 47.08 athlete. So not much between these men. Can expect a lot of them to turn pretty much the full field. I'm sure will be turning for home with no more than a few meters between them. But that man there has to be the favourite, Bosko Kijanovic of Serbia. As I mentioned, 4th in his semi-final at the World Indoors earlier this year in Nanjing. And Kijanovic was a silver medalist in this event at the Balkan Championships last summer. Can he go one better here? Well, he won't find out when he crosses the line, because there will be one final section to come, and that includes a couple of sub 45 second men, so the standard is vicious this year. but Kijanovic goes here in lane 5. Away they go, and it looks like Kijanovic has got off to a fast start there. He is eating up the stagger on the men outside him, and we see Ivan Sulchuk. Looks like he's pulled up, but it is a very fast start there by Kijanovic. He has taken a number of meters out of the likes of Paisios Dimitriades in the lane outside him, and Ivan Galusko. But as they turn for home, coming back into it now as well as Slovenia's Lovro Mesic Kosir. But it is the favourite at the moment who has the edge. Mesic Kosir, though, is challenging him now. Can Kijanovic hold on down this last 50 metres? He is digging in, but that strength, that class, that endurance is telling. And Bosko Kijanovic is going to get to the line in front. Paisios Dimitriades, it was of Cyprus, flashing home on the outside. 45.56 on the clock. Looks like 45.52. We're seeing two different times there between the in-track clock and the one on the screen. But no doubt either way about the winner. Bosko Kijanovic will await official confirmation on his time, just how quick he has gone. A reminder that the time he is trying to beat at the moment is 46.61, set by Vladimiros Andreades in the first of 3 sections in this men's 400 meter final. And that is the look of a man who has left it all on the track. Bosko Kijanovic, the 25-year-old, 46.50 it looks like now officially for Kijanovic of Serbia. Takes victory ahead of Paisios Dimitriades, 46.72, and then Lovro Mesic Kosir of Slovenia takes third with 46.82. This is Elena Andrea Talos, the leader of the women's triple jump. In the third round, let's see, that's unfortunately a foul. So no improvement for Talos in round 3, but she still leads. Ivana Spanovic, no improvement for her in round 3. 13.33 her mark. So Spanovic stays in second with 13.89, then back in third. It is the local athlete Oksana Koreneva of Greece, 13.80. And it looks like that is almost all the action in round 3, but Neja Filipic is next up. This is still in round 3. She is now in 7th position. She will be the final jumper in round 3, and she is jumping secure in the knowledge that she will get 3 more attempts. But how far can she go here? Filipic, that looks a good one if it is a valid attempt, but it looks like it is not, unfortunately, for Filipic. It is indeed a clear foul by 7 or 8 centimeters probably. So no joy there for Neja Filipic. That brings to an end round 3, and it looks like we'll now be losing Kadri Dilek Durmus of Turkey, Galina Nikolova of Bulgaria, Yekaterina Sarayeva of Azerbaijan, Sotiria Rapti of Greece, and Natalia Grigorian of Georgia. And the top 8, those athletes on your shot, will be progressing to the latter half of this competition and have 3 more attempts. Next up on track, it will be the third and final section of the men's 400 meter final. And athletes, it looks like, are standing behind their blocks. A reminder that 46.50 is the mark to beat for these men if they wanted to get on the podium. Set, of course, in that preceding heat by Bosko Kijanovic of Serbia. And I mentioned we would expect that the athletes in this third section will run quicker than 46.50 because there is a wealth of talent in here. There's the full lineup, 6 men going to the line. And we will do their introductions from the outside in, I'm sure, again. And it will be Albania's Franco Buraj on the outside. And all of these men have run well below 46 seconds this year. So it looks like maybe we're missing Buraj on the outside, but it is Alexander Pohorilko of Ukraine, the 25-year-old, 44.81. He ran a national record recently, last month, at the European Team Championships. Pohorilko, if he produces that, will be tough to beat here. This is Mihai Sorin Dringo of Romania, 4-time national champion. He set the Romanian record at the European Team Championships in Maribor, Slovenia. Finished third there, 44.74. Fast running. From Slovenia, this is Rok Ferlan. This is his 28th birthday today. So we'll see if he can give himself a good present with a medal. 44.70 he ran the national record to finish second at the European Team Championships in Slovenia. The man who'll get a big cheer from the crowd is George John Franks of Greece. 45.20 his best. He'll need something like that to get on the podium here. And then on the inside, the man who certainly wins the best beard of the championships, Mario Alexandru Dobrescu of Romania. 45.72 his best this year. So given that inner lane draw, I won't quite say inside lane draw, given it is lane 3, Dobrescu could be up against these men. But you'd have to imagine the 3 favourites go in lane 5, 6 and 7. Rok Forlan, Mihai Sorin Dringo and Alexander Pohorilko. All 3 men have run either 44.7 or 44.8 this summer, which just puts them on paper a little bit clear of the rest of the field, but there could be very, very little to choose between. The 3 national record holders, all those national records came from the European Team Championships just last month. Rok Forlan of Slovenia, lane 5. Mihai Sorin Dringo of Romania in lane 6. And Alexander Pohorilko of Ukraine in lane 7. Those are the 3 big men to watch. Away they go, and it looks pretty even at the moment. And of course we are missing Buraj on the outside lane, but not much difference really eating up the stagger between these men. It looks quite even. They're just taking maybe a metre out of Pohorilko there on the outside, but it is quite even, and it is perhaps Rok Forlan who leads just a moment, but we'll get a much better impression here as they come round the bend. And as I mentioned, only a 1/10 of a second between these 3 men on season's bests, on personal bests, on national records. They are the 3 respective national record holders from their country, and at the moment it is Slovenia on top with about 60 metres to run. Rok Forlan has a metre, he has 2, but Ukraine's Alexander Pohorilko is coming home so strongly, and he's going to get it. Pohorilko takes the win. He takes the gold medal at the Balkan Athletics Championships, 45 on the clock. Alexander Pohorilko. He looked like he had a lot of work to do with about 80 to run, but it turned out that Rok Forlan had just used up a little bit too much gas in that first 300. He was still running so strong at that point. Dringo came back as strong as well there from Romania between them, but look at this finish. Look at all that speed endurance being called upon by Alexander Pohorilko, the 8-time national champion in Ukraine, counting indoors and outdoors. Pohorilko had the goods when it counted most down that last stretch, and he takes victory and takes the gold medal in 45.10. Rok Forlan takes silver, 45.26. And then it is Mihai Sorin Dringo of Romania, 3rd. Bronze medal for him, 45.29. And of course, all the men, well, all 5 finishers ran quicker than that second section there from Bosko Kijanovic. So while that was a first place finish for Kijanovic, that will be a 6th place finish overall at the Balkan Championships, with gold going to Alexander Pohorilko of Ukraine, silver going to Rok Forlan of Slovenia, and bronze goes to Mihai Sorin Dringo of Romania. A brilliant 3-way clash there for all the glory in the men's 400 metres. So some presentations ongoing, still very much early days in this competition, and we have a brief timeout in the women's triple jump while they just get the running order reassessed for the latter half of the competition. There is confirmation of that championship record by Alexander Pohorilko of Ukraine, 45.10. Not very far off his national record of 44.81. He takes gold ahead of Rok Forlan of Slovenia, silver to him, 45.26. And then Mihai Sorin Dringo takes bronze with 45.29. Brilliant running by all three men up front. And next up on track, in just over 5 minutes time, will be the women's 400 metres, and we will again have 3 sections in the women's 400 metres, and they'll be starting in reverse order based on season's bests. And if it's anything like the men's, it should be something to relish. And at the halfway point, just marking your card in the women's triple jump, Elena Andrea Talos, still out front with that 14.10 effort in round 2. Ivana Spanovic of Serbia back in second with 13.89, and then the local hero Oksana Koroneva of Greece is third with 13.80. But it is Alexia Yana Dospin who will get things going here in round 4. And she just bails out of that jump. Something not right there in the air. And Dospin just pulls the plug. She'll have 2 more attempts remaining to try and improve her current position, which is 6th place. That has in fact been measured at 12.46, even though I'm sure she'd have been tempted just to wipe that one off the board, knowing it was certainly not any improvement. But Dospin coming to Volos off the back of European Under-23 gold, but yet to quite reproduce that 14-metre magic this evening. Another woman who'll be looking for a 14-metre effort is Maria Sinai of Ukraine. 14.12 her best, but she's yet to go over 14 metres this year. 13.96 her best this season. 13.73 her best so far this evening. And she knew as soon as that foot came down that was a foul by some considerable distance. We have seen tailwinds throughout the evening so far. They've kind of ranged between still conditions and sort of 1.5 metres per second, so that wind can kick up. It is gusting quite a bit. And Maria Sinai, I'm sure, will be making some adjustments to her mark for the upcoming 5th round. And here is the athlete who is currently in 3rd position. Great to see the split screen being used. Oksana Koroneva of Greece. 13.80 her best so far in the competition. She's in 3rd position. Koroneva, a 14.03 jumper at her best. She really does float across that track there. A very evenly balanced 3 phases. Many of the triple jumpers, you tend to see them take a big first phase and a big last one and really just make the step a true step in between. But you can see there Koroneva, she really does get hang time in that 2nd phase. She just gets great usage out of all 3 parts of that jump, and that is 13.67 for Koroneva. It is no improvement, unfortunately, for the Greek athlete. She stays in 3rd position. And now it's the turn of Ivana Spanovic, the 35-year-old star of global long jumping, the former world champion, the Olympic medalist. She's won multiple titles indoors and out. And here she is, back to an event she loved in her youth, the triple jump. She is a 14.24 jumper at her best, and the mark she is chasing is 14.10 by Elena Andrea Talos. That was very close on the board there for Spanovic, and it is a foul, unfortunately. So no improvement for Spanovic, and it is a foul by some considerable distance. 13.89 remains her best so far today. 2 more rounds to come though to try to catch Talos. And with that, it is the turn of Talos, who leads with that 14.10 effort in round 2. And Talos, who was a former European under-23 champion back in 2017. She was 4th at the World Indoors as well in 2018, 5th at the World Indoors back in 2016, and 10th in the Olympic final last year in Paris. She is a true world-class operator, Talos. And that one was not world-class because it just went all so horribly wrong, really. As soon as she left the board, I think it might have been a foul. And perhaps that just put her off the rest of the jump, but she is furious with herself there. And Talos, while she leads the competition by 21 centimetres, you just sense perhaps is aware that there are jumpers behind her who could well catch her, particularly Ivana Spanovic, who has jumped beyond 14.10 already this year. I think that was a foul by Talos. No, it is 13.23, so it was a valid jump. So next on the runway, Alexandra Mitrovic, who's down in 8th position at the moment. 13.52 her best, that came in round 4. She is a 13.92 jumper at her best, is Mitrovic, the Serbian. And she just needs another 3 centimetres or so to move up a spot. We'll see if she can find it here. And that just over rotation there into that 3rd phase. You could see her body just torquing, I suppose, to the side, really. Just lost a little bit of control of that jump. You can see the way she lands. She's really, those legs have gone right out to the side. This will give us a better look at it. Not as bad from that angle, but it is no improvement for Mitrovic. 13.46, still very close to her best though. On the day of 13.52, she stays in 8th position, the Serbian. So back on track for the first of 3 sections in the final of the women's 400 metres. 6 athletes will go to the line for this one, and the first of them on the outside from Republic of Moldova, Zhenya Bergi. She's a 56.07 athlete at her best. That was run this year. All the athletes in here are around the, well, most of the athletes are around the 55, 56 mark. This is Ileana Bekiri from Albania, 55.82 this year. The 2nd quickest in the field. But this woman from Azerbaijan, Ilya Gulieva, is the quickest, 55.35 this year. That was run to finish 4th, the European Team Championships in Slovenia. She's just 18 years old. This is Turkey's Neslihan Toktas. She's a 55.83 athlete this year, 55.70 at her quickest. And then on the inside from Kosovo, Emina Yanusi, 59.97. So she'll be up against it, against the athletes in front of her, given she's about 3 to 4 seconds to find. But great to get an international cap and line out in your nation's colours at the Balkan Athletics Championships. 22 nations from around the region have shown up for this event, which dates back almost a century. An event that is truly steeped in history and a fittingly spectacular setting for it to take place this year. So the full lineup: lane 3, Emina Yanusi of Kosovo; lane 4, Neslihan Toktas of Turkey; lane 5, Ilya Gulieva of Azerbaijan; lane 6, Ilyana Bekiri of Albania; and lane 7, Zhenya Bergi of Moldova. And as I mentioned, we would very much expect to see the Azerbaijani singlet of Ilya Gulieva to the fore here. She hasn't gone out too hard yet in that fifth lane. It looks like Ilyana Bekiri has gone out very fast there in lane 6. She certainly leads as they head towards the halfway point. Has she gone out too hard? Also going well from Turkey is Neslihan Toktas. But past halfway, no doubt about the leader at this point. It is Ilyana Bekiri, who is a 55.8 athlete at her best. And the 55.3 athlete, Ilyana Gulieva of Azerbaijan, has a lot of work to do, but I'd expect to see her eat into that advantage now in that black strip in lane 5 over this last 100 metres. But at the moment, Bekiri is digging in and trying to hang on, but she's not going to be able to have the speed endurance to live with this athlete, Ilya Gulieva. Quickest on paper and quickest on the track. Ilyana Gulieva takes the victory in the first section of the women's 400 metres. And she is ecstatic about that. How quick has she run? We'll wait for the official result to come through. There's been some quirky numbers popping up on the screen. It looks like 54 seconds there for Gulieva unofficially. So it looks like she has, for the first time in her career, broken 55 seconds. Back to the triple jump, Oksana Korneva of Greece. And she jumped out of the pit. Very excited about that jump, but it is unfortunately a foul. And there we see the evidence, probably 5 centimetres or so over that plasticine. She stays in third position. There's Korneva with a best of 13.80. And looking down into the distance, we see the blue tights of Ivana Spanovic of Serbia. 13.89 in round 2. Trying to improve that, trying to get closer to 14 metres. As I mentioned, she's jumped 14.15 already this year. She needs 14.10 to pass out the leader and grab gold, Elena Andrea Talos. It's a good effort, but I don't think it's going to be an improvement for Spanovic. She looks to the crowd with a bit of a shrug there, and certainly good 10 centimetres left behind on the board for Spanovic, who is really not just a great athlete, but she is a true icon and a great role model. Very vocal about issues in the sport as well over the years. Never one afraid to speak her mind, either on social media or when it comes to things like athletes' commissions. Ivana Spanovic has blazed quite the trail for Serbian athletics over the last decade and a half, racking up so many medals and titles. But no improvement there in round 4 of the women's triple jump. And now it's time for the leader, Elena Andrea Talos. $14.10 in round 2. She's in firm command of this competition, but can she improve that? Doesn't look like that's going to be any better for Talos, who was, of course, an Olympic finalist last year. She's 30 years old now. She's racked up 14 national titles, and that is a jump of 13.75 there in round 5. And we were just waiting on the mark from Spanovic, which was 13.88. So it's 1 centimetres for Spanovic off her best. Talos consolidates her position, but no improvement for the Romanian. She still, though, has one hand on that gold medal. 14.10, she leads as we head to round 6, ahead of Spanovic, 13.89, and then back in third, it is the Greek athlete Oksana Korneva. As we see confirmation, the mark to beat in the women's 400 metres, 54.93 by Ilya Gulieva. And these are the 6 women who will be trying to do that momentarily in the second section of the women's 400 metres final. And a reminder that the overall quickest times will determine the medals. So a few more presentations ongoing before we get this second section, looks like. Oh no, that is the intro music, not presentation music. So the second section of the women's 400 meters final, and going in the outside lane from Moldova, Madalina Kulea. She is a 54.90 athlete at her best. In lane 7 from Cyprus, Thekla Alexandru, 54.33 her best. In lane 6 from Serbia, Alexandra Pesic, 54.06 this year, 53.03 at her best. She was 5th at the Balkan Championships last year. The quickest athlete in this field though, no, I just missed it there. That quickest athlete was Maja Pogorovic of Slovenia, 53.16. She goes in lane 5 from Greece. Andriana Fera will go in lane 4, 54.21 this year. And then on the inside from Ukraine, Natalia Bezidovska, 54.64 this year. So as I was falling behind that lineup, I was mentioning that Maja Pogorovic of Slovenia, the 28-year-old, is the quickest in the field this year, 53.16. Pogorovic was 6th at the Balkan Championships last year, just one spot behind the athlete who is in the lane outside her, Alexandra Pesic. And they will be now trying to make their mark and try and get a top 5, top 6 finishing position, or who knows, maybe even a medal depending on what the athletes run in the third and final section of the women's 400 meters. So it looks like indeed we are missing Maja Pogorovic. So it looks like Serbia's Alexandra Pesic has gone out very hard there in lane 6, the 54.06 athlete, but she, I'm sure, will be chased down by Andriana Fera of Greece. But at the moment, no doubt about it, is Serbia's Alexandra Pesic, the 27-year-old, who has run a phenomenal first 250, approaching 300 now. Alexandra Pesic is way clear here. Andriana Fera is making the best of her way home, trying to chase her down, but she has a lot of ground to make up, and she's starting to make it up. And Pesic is starting to fall in a bit of a hole with fatigue down the last 50. It is Fera, and also flashing home on the outside, it is Alexandru of Cyprus. Very close there. 54.93 was the mark they were trying to beat. I think they've done that. And what a first 300 that was by Alexandra Pesic. But you can see here, when you get it wrong in the 400, someone hands you a fridge to carry down that last 100. And Pesic was carrying the proverbial fridge there. Down that last 50 especially, it was Fera who was tying up herself. Every athlete, of course, in the 400 is tying up the last 100. It's the way it goes. Even it's always a bit of a trickery, really, when an athlete looks like they're increasing the pace, because they're all slowing down in the last 100 meters by quite some distance. Even Fera, she was tying up, and Alexandru, the lane outsider, was absolutely flying home, but not quite quick enough. Andriana Fera of Greece takes victory in the second section of the women's 400 meter final. 54.22 now officially. Thekla Alexandru of Cyprus takes second with 54.37, and it was Moldova's Madalina Kulea who takes third in a personal best, 54.77. So the leading marks are now 1 and 2 from that section, Andriana Fera and Thekla Alexandru, but still holding on to third place is Ilya Gulieva from the first section with 54.93. Sorry, no, that's actually down in 5th position now. So it's Madalina Kulea currently occupying the bronze medal position. Back to the triple jump, round 6, and Oksana Koreneva of Greece trying to improve her position, and it is a big one. Koreneva has pulled it out of the fire here, it looks like, in round 6. Perfect on the board. She's currently in 4th position with 13.80. She needs 13.89 to overtake Ivana Spanovic for bronze. 13.96 would get her up to second. And Koreneva has jumped 14 meters exactly. She is up to second place. It is a medal almost certainly for Greece. And indeed, Neja Filipic jumped 13.96 to move up to third. while we were away. Ivana Spanovic now down to 4th, but she does have 1 attempt remaining. What a performance that was. What a leap it was under pressure by Oksana Korineva. As I mentioned, 14:03 was her personal best. That was set in Greece about 6 weeks ago. And she has pulled it out of the fire, currently sitting in the silver medal position with just a couple of jumps to go. Talos leads with 14:10. It is Korineva second with 14 metres. Naya Filipic of Slovenia is up to third with 13:96, and it's one last chance for Ivana Spanovic to improve her position in round 6 and get a medal at the Balkan Championships, and that's a good jump. And the crowd appreciate that, and she lies back out of the sand, takes a well-deserved rest for a moment. Perfect on the board there, like a true pro. Spanovic getting things right. At the age of 35, having been on the road for so many years, has she managed to get herself another medal for Serbia? This time at the Balkan Championships, she has. Ivana Spanovic has jumped into the lead in the final round, 14:12. Ivana Spanovic can barely believe it. But that is what you call clutch performing from an athlete who knows and who has developed the ability to rise to the occasion and to pull it out of the fire in the pressure moments. Ivana Spanovic with her best jump. She saves it for last, 14:12. She goes into the lead by 2 centimetres. And now it is the last chance for Elena Andreea Talos of Romania to bounce back. She needs 2 centimetres improvement on her 14:10. She gets the white flag, but I think the crowd's reaction, couldn't tell how good that was from the angle we watched. But she did not look ecstatic with that jump as she stepped out of the pit, and we sensed her frustration a couple of rounds ago with one of the jumps that didn't quite go to plan, and I think that was, she knew what might be coming, and indeed it arrived on time in the 6th round from Ivana Spanovic to overtake her, and that is no improvement, 13:87 for Talos. So she takes second. That is all the jumps completed, and confirmation that again at the age of 35 Ivana Spanovic is winning titles. This time it is the Balkan title in the women's triple jump, 14:12. Romania's Elena Andreea Talos takes second with 14:10, and then it is Oksana Korineva of Greece, 14 metres for bronze. But back on track for the final section of the women's 400 metres, and the mark they're trying to beat is 54:22 by Andriana Fera of Greece. This, though, should be the quickest of the 3 sections, and we're working from the outside in. That is Veronika Jurljacic of Croatia, 51:66 her personal best, a silver medalist just a few days ago at the World University Games to run that personal best. That, though, is Andreea Miklos of Romania. She will be the favourite for this, 51:35 this year. A very accomplished athlete is Miklos, the 26-year-old. She has run 50.5 at her best, 5th in the Europeans last year and 5th in the European semi-final. That was Slovenia's Karolina Zibecic. She is a 52.92 athlete at her best. And this on the inside from Bulgaria is Andrea Savova, who is a 53.09 athlete. And just while I was rounding up that triple jump results, the athletes I didn't talk about in the outside lanes, in lane 7, Kalliopi Kunturi of Cyprus, 52.58 this year. And in lane 8, Alexia Papavasilou of Greece, 53.66. But the 2 big athletes to watch here, I think, are in lanes 5 and 6, Andreea Miklos of Romania and Veronika Jurljacic of Croatia. Jurljacic ran 51.66, as I mentioned, personal best to win silver just a few days ago at the World University Games, whereas Miklos is the more accomplished performer internationally, semi-finalist in Paris last year at the Olympics, and was semi-finalist at the World Indoors as well earlier on this year in Nanjing. Look for her in the Romanian strip there in lane 5 to make a big start, and indeed she is. Miklos is eating into the stagger of Jurljacic. She's just taken a metre or 2 at the moment, and I think it will be between these 2. And Jurljacic will now feel the presence of Andrea Miklos in the lane inside her. In lane 5 there, Miklos, she has joined Jurljacic, which of course means that she's a few metres up, given the stagger will now unwind. Also going well is Kalliopi Kunturi of Cyprus, out in lane 7. She could be on for a bronze medal here, but the battle for gold looks to be between the two athletes out front, Andrea Miklos of Romania and Veronika Driljacic of Croatia. Can Driljacic come back? She is coming back. Can she catch Miklos? Miklos is all out to try and hold on, but she's not going to do it. Veronika Driljacic of Croatia takes victory, takes the gold medal, and she can barely believe it. She has run down Andrea Miklos in the last 50 metres. The Romanian looked to have it, but the informed Driljacic, coming off that silver at the World University Games, it looks like she's just got gold. Subject to confirmation of that winning time, Driljacic has pulled it out of the fire with that brilliant finishing strength to just overhaul Miklos, who you can see there, her technique was just starting to fall apart in that last 50 as the fatigue hit. And Driljacic can barely believe it. Silver at the World University Games, gold at the Balkan Championships. What a week for the Croatian. 51-22, and I'm sure that reaction was as much about the time as it was the win, because that is a massive personal best. She takes over 4 tenths, 0.44 total off her lifetime best, which she just ran earlier this week at the World Universities. Brilliant performance by Driljacic to take victory. It is Andrea Miklos, of course, in second. It was a good run by her as well. You cannot fault that performance. 51-53 she clocked in second, and then there was quite the gap back to Slovenia's Karolina Zibančić. 53-24. That will be a bronze medal for Zibančić. 54-22 was the mark they were trying to beat from the second section, and indeed the first 5 athletes did that. So gold went to Veronika Driljacic, 51-22. Brilliant breakthrough for the Croatian. Andrea Miklos takes second, 51-53. Back in third, overall, Karolina Zibančić, 53-24. Brilliant contest there in the women's 400 metres. There's the start list for the men's high jump. And plenty of class in there. The likes of Antonio Merlos of Greece, 221 athlete this year. Vadim Kravchuk of Ukraine, a 225 athlete. Tiomar Ivanov of Bulgaria will surely feature well as well. 225 this year indoors. And of course, Andrea Mita of Greece, a 226 athlete, as we check in on the women's discus. And we are now into round 6, it looks like, in the women's discus, and a big scream there from Chrysula Anaganostopoulou. 56.80 her best to date. That came in round 3. She stays in 4th position though. Can she haul herself up into the medals in the final round? She doesn't look too impressed with that one. We're waiting. The reading there from Chrysula Anagnostopoulou, it is 55.96, so it is no improvement for Anagnostopoulou. She stays in 4th position, and at the moment the way is being led by Moldova's Alexandra Emilianov, 60.96 at the moment. One throw, of course, still to come. Then she is ahead of Croatia's Maria Tolš, 59.64 in second, and then this athlete Özlem Becerek of Turkey, 56.99. is currently in the bronze medal position, but she will need about 20 more centimetres to get up to silver, and she'll need about 3 more metres to get up to gold. What has Becirek produced here in the final round? That is the 55-metre arc there, so you can probably deduce that that's not going to be an improvement for Becirek. Or it might be an improvement. It's pretty close to the 56.99 that she threw, but it's not going to get her up to the 59.64 she needs for silver, or indeed the 60.96 she would need for gold. It is 56.93, so it's just 6 centimetres shy of her previous best mark, but good way to finish the competition after 3 fouls in the preceding rounds. Özlem Becirek takes the bronze medal at the Balkan Athletics Championships in the women's discus, which means that only one woman can now depose the leader, Alexandra Emilianov, and it is this woman, Marija Tolch of Croatia. Just about gets it inside that cage, inside the arc, and down it comes just beyond the 55-metre line, so that's going to be a foul. I think she stepped out the front of the circle there when she knew it wasn't going to be an improvement. Marija Tolch of Croatia, she takes the silver medal with 59.64. See there, she seemed to like it at the start, yeah, but no, once it landed, that was not going to be an improvement on the 59.64 she threw, so she takes the foul, walks out the front of the circle, which leaves the gold medal going to this woman from Moldova, Alexandra Emilianov. 60.96. She's thrown over 60 twice today. She's thrown 2 59-metre efforts in addition. That one went a bit high, and as a result it came down a little early, and Emilianov walks out the front of the circle. You can see here the height, just too much height on that, and it is really like up into the sky. It was a very specific angle the world's best discus throwers need to achieve the optimal distance, and Alexandra Emilianov got that one wrong, but she got plenty right before it, and the Moldovan is the women's discus champion at the Balkan Athletics Championships. There is confirmation of the results. Alexandra Emilianov takes victory for Moldova with 60.96 ahead of Marija Tolch of Croatia 59.64 and Özlem Becirek of Turkey 56.99 in third. So there's lots of action getting underway in the men's high jump. That's just getting going now. Next up on track will be some heptathlon 200-metre races, first for women's under 20 and then senior women's. As we see confirmation of that win by Andriana Fera of Greece in the second section of the women's 400-metre final, 54.22. But of course, that lands her, I think, in 6th position overall, because as you can see, 5 athletes there in the third and final section ran quicker than Andrana, led of course by Veronika Drljacic of Croatia. 51.22, a huge step forward in the career of Drljacic. And after a silver at World University Games, she will walk away from the Balkan Championships in 2025 with a glistening gold medal. What a win it was for her. And what a win it was once again. If she has any room left in her place back home in Serbia, Ivana Spanovic, I'm sure, will be giving this gold medal pride a place somewhere, because at the age of 35, she is still winning titles. Ivana Spanovic, she is not hanging up her spikes anytime soon. And she has taken victory in the women's triple jump with that clutch 6-round effort. Ivana Spanovic, 14.12, pulls it out of the fire. Another gold to throw in the pile.
victory ceremony for hammer throw men. We are working represented by Mr. Vasilis Metaxas, member of Parliament, who is Communist Party of this Tunisia, accompanied by Mr. Vasilis Zikas, Council member of Athletics.
So a reminder that the next action up on track will be the 200 meters in the heptathlon. We're going to have some there are of course under 18 and under 20 competitions being incorporated into the Balkan Athletics Championships along with the seniors. And then after that it will be the turn of the women's 800 meters, followed by the women's 3000 meters on track. And we'll be getting into some decathlon 400 meter races for the women's 100 meter final at 9:20 or so local time. Followed by the men's 100 meter final, then the men's 1500 women's steeplechase will be coming up at 9:50 local time. That's 8:50 Central European time. And the last individual track race will be the men's 5,000 meter final at 10:10. And then there's some relay action to round out what has so far been a brilliant edition on day one at the Balkan Athletics Championships. That is Fetida Filipa Garantsongiani of Greece. And it looks like they have coupled all the heptathletes together. That is Uliana Petruk of Ukraine. Inside from Greece, Georgia Alexia Avrampou. She's a 27:49 at leader best. And the most familiar name to many will be Anastasia Dragomirova, going in lane 6. She's a 25:42 athlete for 200 meters at her best, but is of course a very accomplished heptathlete. She will be going in lane 6, and we'd expect to see some of those outer lanes pulling away, and indeed they are. And it is Fetida Filipa Garantsongiani there in lane 5, leads at the moment ahead of Dragomirova and making the best of her way home. It is the athlete with the quickest PB in the field, Fetida Filipa Garantsongiani, the junior, the under 20 athlete. making the best of her way home. She takes victory with a brilliant performance there. It was Anastasia Dragomirova taking second. And we'll see how that points tally adds up to the overall standings. Dragomirova, of course, will be heavily expected to come through and take victory given her accomplishments. She was out in lane 6 there. As you can see, just struggling to live with that pace of the junior. But of course that junior is a very, very good 200 meter runner. Fetida Filippa Garanzogiani took a comfortable victory there. You see just running on the outside lane there around the crown of that bend and just slingshotting herself into the home straight. Excellent technique there coming home. No surprise to see plenty of tape and knee braces on these athletes. Multi-eventers are often held together by string. They're always carrying some sort of injury, some sort of niggle, such as the demands of the event. We've yet to get official confirmation of that result, but no doubt about the winner there. It was the under 20 athlete Fetida Filippa Garanzogiani who took victory, and it was Anastasia Dragomirova back in second. We'll give you an update on the current points tally soon enough, as soon as we have it. So they've coupled those two races together that were due to be separate races, keeping the under 20s and seniors apart, but given there wasn't an excessive number of athletes in either category, they managed to put them all together. One race only over 200 meters. Now, it'll soon be time for the big men to step up in the men's shot put. And athletes to watch here, the likes of Andrei Orares Todor of Romania, who's a 21-27 athlete this year. Armin Sijanovic of Serbia will certainly be a man to watch as well. He's thrown 21.88 at his best and was, of course, 7th in the Olympic final in Tokyo 4 years ago now. But there is Andrei Orares Todor being introduced to the crowd, throwing in the Romanian t-shirt and some interesting looking sunglasses. But Todor would expect to feature strongly here. He's a 3-time gold medalist at the Balkan Championships 2020, 2022 and 2024 in the shot put. He was 7th at the European final last year and 7th at the World Indoor Final this year. And of course, European Indoor Champion in the shot put earlier this year with 21.27. If he produces that here, it should be good enough for gold, because no one else in the field has thrown anything well approaching that. 21.07, of course, Sivjanovic has thrown, but he will need to break new ground this season to go beyond Todor. But it should be a very good clash between those two, Sijanovic and Todor. And the likes of Artem Levchenko of Ukraine, Georgi Mucharidze of Georgia, and Mesut Peser of Bosnia and Herzegovina, all 20-meter plus throwers this year. So it's a good quality competition. 5 men who've thrown over 20, 2 who've thrown over 21. And starting them off is this man, Alexander Mazur of Moldova. Don't actually have a personal best listed for him, and couldn't manage to find one. So quite a new name, obviously, Mazur. But they're underway in the men's shot put. And it looks like next up on track, it's going to be the women's 800 meters. And a reminder that we will be on air until about 10 o'clock, just after 10 o'clock Central European time. That's after 11 p.m. Greek time, from the Balkan Athletics Championships in Volos. about 300 plus kilometers from Athens, the coastal city. As we look back to the men's shot put, Risto Drobnacik of Montenegro. He's an 1861 thrower at his best, but only 1531 so far this season, but still plenty of road left to run in this track season. And next up it will be another Montenegrin, Tomas Durovic. And Durovic has a best of 2060, but this season he's only managed 1763. And some results coming through. Mazur in that opening round threw a personal best of 1779. So we didn't have a personal best for him. We do now. We'll call it that anyway. Risto Drobnacik, 1592. And this is round 3. Tomas Durovic of Montenegro. Hard to see from that angle how big that throw was, but he appears to be on the board anyway because it's being measured. Tomas Durovic, as I mentioned, a 20-meter thrower at his best. And Durovic there, 1678. So he slots into second position, but it is, of course, very early days. And I've no doubt that it will take something around the 20-meter mark, perhaps even 21, to get amongst the medals here. As we see Fatih Alpazlan of Turkey. He's an 1810 thrower this year. Goes with the spin technique, which is significantly more popular these days. And Alpazlan is off the mark in round 1 with 1660, so well down on his best, about 1.5 meters down on his best. But he is on the board in early days, of course, but he's currently in 3rd position. Looks like we're headed back to the track though for the first heat of the women's 800 meters. And there are your 5 athletes. There will be 2 sections again in the women's 800 meters. This is Kristina Chitadze of Georgia. She's a 2:14 athlete at her best. Beside her from Albania, Relaxa Dauti, 2:10 is her best. This is the overwhelming favourite for this section. That is Shani Landen of Israel. She's run 2:02 at her best, 2:06 already this season. That is Rosina Nikolova of Bulgaria, 2:11 her best this season, 2:10 overall personal best. And on the inside, from Moldova, Michaela Botnari, 2:15 her best. So Shani Landen set the Israeli record last year in Oslo for 800 meters at 2:02.59. She hasn't quite been in that kind of form so far this year. 2:06 her season's best, which she ran while running at the Australian Championships in Perth a good few months back. But Shani Landen should have more than enough to take care of her rivals here, given how she's been running, unless one of her rivals makes a big breakthrough, because no one else in the field has broken 2:10 ever. And Shani Landen, of course, is a 2:02 athlete at her best, even if she's not quite hitting those kind of heights so far this year, but we'd expect to see her come home in front here. Shani Landen. And it looks like Moldova's Mihaela Botnari, sorry, Rosina Nikolova it is, who's gone out quite strong as well there in second. But as they go through 200 meters there, it's a healthy pace at the moment being laid down, but given the caliber of athletes to come, there is a sub 2 minute performer and a number of very low 2 minute athletes in action in the next heat. As we see, it is Rosina Nikolova in second, and then it is Kristina Chitadze back in third. But as they come through 400 metres in about 61, 62 seconds, so it's a good healthy pace. Shani Landon could be on for a season's best here. 206.21 is her season's best. She needs to come home in about a 64, and she will be keen to lay down a marker here, because you never know what will happen in the second section, whether they will go out hard or whether it will become a tactical affair. So Shani Landon is essentially time trialing her way to the finish here, trying to put down a fast time that will give the people in the second heat something to think about in that battle for the medals. It would be surprised if Landon could get amongst them, but she is running very strongly here, up to 650 metres as she rounds the crown of that bend. Shani Landon, the Israeli athlete, the 33-year-old who has racked up 7 national titles, is in command of this race. 150 on the clock with 100 metres to go, so she can get home in 16 seconds or so. This will be a season's best. It's going to be pretty close to her season's best. There's no doubt about the window. Rosina Nikolova and Kristina Chitadze are going to duke it out for second, but it is Shani Landon comes across the line there. It's not going to be a season's best. It looks like 2:07 on the clock unofficially. But Shani Landon takes victory in the first section of the women's 800 metres, and it was a commanding performance by the 33-year-old from Israel. You can just see bounding it down the home straight there. Just great plyometric ability still in her stride, even under all that fatigue that she no doubt was feeling, as every 800 metre runner does. But she dug in, kicked to the line, and she takes victory in the first heat of the women's 800 metres. As we see there, looks like 2:07 on that clock, 2:07.4 or so. We'll wait for the official confirmation, but she has put down a marker that the athletes in the second section will now have to try to surpass. And that is textbook sight there of an 800 metre runner, or perhaps even a 400 metre runner post-race. It creates a horrendous amount of acidosis in the muscles, does the 800 metres and indeed the 400 metres, and it's the reason you so often see athletes collapsed on the track for so long. Confirmation has now come through that Shani Landon clocked 2:07.39 ahead of Rosina Nikolova of Bulgaria, a PB in second of 2:09.22, and another PB in third for Relaxa Doughty of Albania, 2:09.73. Those are the times to beat for the women in section 2. As we see Ali Peker of Turkey there, we are in round 2 of the men's shot put. Round 1 of the men's shot put, and Ali Peker of Turkey just through 17:56 there. And next into the circle, it is Mesut Peser of Bosnia and Herzegovina. He is a 21:48 athlete at his best. What has he managed here? That is an 18-metre arc there, that second line. And that has put him into the lead. 19:30 flashes up for Mesut Peser. So he assumes command, although it is very, very early in this competition. So Peser leads the way ahead of Muhammad Ramadani, 18:40 in second, and then Konstantinos Giannikis back in third, 18:13. But back to the 800 metres. Because it is time for the second and final section of the women's 800 metres. And going on the outside here, number 204 from Malta, Gina McNamara. I'm sure there's some Scottish or Irish blood in there. There's plenty of expats over in Malta from that part of Europe. But Gina McNamara of Malta will be going in lane 8. She has a best of 2:03 this season. Beside her, from Greece, Emanuela Plaka. She's a 2:02.91 athlete. This, probably the favourite, Dilek Koçak of Turkey, 1:59 her best, 2:01 already this season. And she's recently taken gold over 1500 metres at the European Under-23s. But look out for this athlete too. Stavrini Filippo of Cyprus, 2:01.95 this year. This is a big contender too. From Greece, Georgia Maria Despolari, 2:00.92 this year. She was the Greek indoor champion and a European Under-23 bronze medalist 2 years ago. From Croatia, Nina Vukovic. She's a 2:03 athlete this year, 2:01 at her best. On the left, from Slovenia, that's Hanna Grobovšek. She's a 2:03 athlete. And beside her, Liliana Georgieva of Bulgaria, 2:03.78 her best. They will share lane 2 in what is quite a condensed field, but it's good. They don't have to run too many heats or qualifiers. It's all one, and great to see a big crowd building in the grandstand there in Volos. We'll be looking to see the likes of Miltiadis Tintoglu coming up soon enough. And rounding out the lineup for the second section of the women's 800 metres on the inside lane, from Romania, Cristina Daniela Balan, a 2:03.97 athlete this year. But the athletes to watch, we think, in lanes 4, 5 and 6, Georgia Maria Despolari, Stavrini Filippo and Dilek Koçak. They are all 2:00 or 2:01 athletes, and we'll see what way it plays out between them here and whether or not there'll be a fast pace laid down. We see Koçak just sitting in there, coming in from that outside lane, and now hits the front and looks keen to get things moving pretty quickly here. And the athlete's just settling in behind her at the moment as they pass through 100 metres there in about 29 seconds. So it's a healthy pace being laid down by Koçak, the 19-year-old Turk, who was the European Under-20 champion over 1500 metres 2 years ago. She won a bronze in over 800 metres there. And she is pushing things along at a very healthy tempo here. It is Nina Vukovic of Croatia who moves up on the outside there. And then it is the Slovenian Hanna Grobovšek who is back in third. But Vukovic is keen to put a bit of pressure on Koçak here. Vukovic is a 2:01 at her best. She is 2:03 this year, so it would be a surprise if she was able to go with Koçak all the way to the finish here. But she was making a great fist of it at the moment. And Slovenia's Hanna Grobovšek as well back in third is hanging on gamely there, but it is a healthy pace. They are going to run quicker than the first section, so the gold and probably the silver and bronze will all come from this race. And at the moment it is the favourite, Dilek Koçak of Turkey, the 19-year-old rising star of Turkish athletics who set the Turkish under-20 1500 metre record last year at 4:06. She has great strength, she has great speed as well, and she is putting it all to good effect on that final bend there. She powers clear now, Koçak. With just over 100 metres to go, she has the advantage, hanging on for dear life there in second. That is the that is the Croatian Nina Vukovic. But no doubt about the winner here, it is Dilek Koçak. She is pulling clear. She has run this field ragged, and she will be the Balkan champion over 800 metres. 2:01 on the clock. Dilek Koçak. A brilliant performance for her, and it was Georgia Maria Despolari of Greece there it was, finishing strongly on the outside. She came from a little ways back, and it was Nina Vukovic who looked to be in third. Did she hang on? Because there was a fast finish there from the Cypriot Stavrini Filippo. Georgia Maria Despolari certainly hung on for the silver medal there on home turf in Volos, and it was Nina Vukovic. And you have to credit the Croatian there, because she really did try and make a go of that. She went out to win gold, but she's been rewarded with a bronze. But there was only one woman who could get the gold, and that is Dilek Koçak of Turkey. The 19-year-old was dominant from start to finish, took the race on. No fear of taking it out. Did the David Rudisha on it. Pretty much from gun to tape, she led, and she is the women's 800 metre champion at the Balkan Athletics Championships. As we see confirmation of that first section, and unfortunately for Shani Lenden, a time will not be good enough for a medal, but it was still a very good run from her, very close to her season's best. 2:07 on the clock. So confirmation coming through. 2:01.73 the winning time there for Dilek Kocak of Turkey. Silver in the women's 800 metres goes to Georgia Maria Despolari of Greece, 2:02.35. And bronze, a hard-earned bronze for Nina Vukovic of Croatia, 2:02.53, a season's best for her. And well done too to the 4th and 5th placers who have both set lifetime bests. Firstly in 4th, that is Malta's Gina McNamara, 2:02.85, and then back in 5th, Emanuela Plaka of Greece, 2:02.91. It's an equal personal best for the Greek athlete. Next up on track, it will be the women's 3,000 metre final. There'll be plenty action ongoing in the field as well. The women's pole vaulters are getting underway in about 5 minutes' time, and the event many have come to see, the men's long jump, will be getting underway in 10 minutes' time at 9 p.m. local time. Featuring, of course, the two-time Olympic champion Miltiadis Tentoglu of Greece. And there's a reason that stand is so full. It's in front of that long jump runway, and many of the fans will be coming out to catch a glimpse and maybe a selfie or an autograph as well of Miltiadis Tentoglu, who is a very understated champion. Doesn't talk himself up too much, he doesn't say too much, although he is quite outspoken in interviews, but he doesn't gloat too much about his achievements. He is very much an everyday hero, Miltiadis Tentoglu, but he is an icon in Greece for his achievements, not just at Olympic level, but across the breadth of the sport when it comes to various championships. Tentoglu has won gold at pretty much them all. And he'll be trying to add another title here with the Balkan Athletics Championships men's long jump. That's coming up in about 10 minutes' time. Next up on track momentarily will be the women's 3,000 metres. And for those who are interested in how things are progressing in the women's heptathlon, in the senior event, it's a mostly Greek affair. 3 of the 4 athletes are from Greece, and no surprise to see the 6,000 point decathlete Anastasia Dragomirova of Greece leading the way at the end of day 1 with 3,660 points. In second is Stiliani Tsikanula of Greece, 3,097 points for her, and Angela Drobnacik of Montenegro is third currently with 2,980 points, but obviously one more day to come in the women's heptathlon as we look back at some of the hammer action. This was the third place finisher, Halil Yilmazer of Turkey, through his personal best in this competition at 75.01. And that 6th round effort was good enough for bronze. This is Matija Gregoric of Croatia. 75.45 was his effort in the second round that we'll be seeing now. And that throw for Gregoric was enough to earn a silver medal. As you can see, the hammer throwers, often for safety reasons, do their thing in a adjacent location. Although I always do prefer it when they get to be inside the stadium. Unfortunately, not always possible. But this was the winning throw from Turkey's Özgen Baltaci. 75-72 it was for Baltaci. And he took gold with that effort in confirmation there. 75-72 for Baltaci. Gold goes to Turkey. Matija Gregoric takes the silver with 75-45. And Halil Yilmazer of Turkey with bronze and a new personal best to boot, 75-01. Oksana Korneva still smiling brightly after that women's triple jump. Delighted with her brilliant bronze medal with a 14-metre effort. Very close to her personal best to finish behind Elena Andrea Talos. And of course the evergreen Ivana Spanovic, who takes another gold medal for the collection with that winning jump of 14.12. And there is the man many fans have come to see. Miltiades Tentoglu will be getting going in the men's long jump in about 5 minutes time, although he'll be towards the end of the running order, so it'll be a little bit after that. But we are off and running in the women's 3,000 metres, so we'll focus on that for the time being. And there are, as you can see, just 5 athletes going to the line for this. They are Isabella Kochayeli of Greece, Marie Sargisan of Armenia, Gamza Bulut Duvar of Turkey, Gresa Bakraci of Kosovo, and Melissa Helena Anastasakis of Greece. There's not much between the leading contenders here. We don't have any information really on Sargisan, a new name, the teenager. But the other 4 athletes are all quite bunched together based on personal bests in and around the season's bests, all running quite close to 9:30 or so. And it is Melissa Helena Anastasakis who has taken the lead out early. She is a 9:20 athlete and she is pushing the pace through the first 400 metres. As I mentioned, it is sweltering in Volos tonight. Temperature is about 37 degrees when we came on air. They're dropping now to about 33, 34. But it is not comfortable conditions in which to be running a 3,000 metre race, that's for sure. Although Melissa Helena Anastasakis, obviously very used to running in them, the Greek athlete, pushing things on through the opening lap. So back to the action in the women's 3,000 meters, and it is as it was when we left it, with Melissa Helena Anastasakis pushing the pace early. She's gone through 800 meters in under 2:30, so it is a very healthy pace. And the other three athletes, Gamze Bulut-Duvar of Turkey, Gresa Bakraci of Kosovo, and Isabella Kotsakieli of Greece, are all working together at the moment, and it looks like a gap opening there back to Marie Sargisan of Armenia. But this will be a big split here at a kilometre marker, and great to see the packed stands in Volos, just in time for Miltiadis Tintoglu's long jump competition coming up momentarily. But 3:04 it looks like on the clock, so it is a strong pace. That is personal best pace for Melissa Helena Anastasakis, who is a two-time national indoor champion over 3,000 metres and 1,500 metres. She set her personal best of 9:22 indoors last year, but she did run 9:20 outdoors then the year before. And her season's best, in 2025, she's run a best of 9:28 to win the Greek indoor title earlier on this year. And she is still pushing the pace now as she passes 1,200 metres. And that gap looks to have closed perhaps just a touch. And it is Gresa Bakraci of Kosovo and Gamze Bulut-Duvar of Turkey who are leading the chase at the moment, and they are both athletes who have the capability to win gold and run down Anastasakis. As we go back to the men's high jump momentarily. The bar currently at 2:11. As we see Antonios Merlos go clear. First attempt, first jump of the competition for him. And good to see him lending some support to his teammate in the women's 3,000 metres. Quite unselfish of him during his competition. But not just a cheerleader, he is a competitor. And it's pretty much as it was in the women's 3,000 metres, with Melissa Helena Anastasakis leading the way. It's probably about 20, maybe 25 metres that advantage. And it's really been locked like that for the last 3 minutes or so. Passes the mile there, 1,600 metres or so for Melissa Helena Anastasakis. And she still has the lead, and she is still running strong. But you just wonder if she's stolen a glance over her shoulder or tried to catch sight of just how close the pursuers are, as we see the men's long jump field now being introduced. And the man everyone has come to see is waiting on the end there in the Greek strip, Miltiadis Tintoglu. Back to the action in the women's 3,000 metres, and now she's starting to look around is our leader, Melissa Helena Anastasakis. She passes 2,000 metres there in 6:12, so the pace has slowed. It was a 3:04 opening kilometre. She's slowed to a 3:08 there, and that's the reason that gap is closing. Starting to draw in is Gamze Bulut-Duvar of Turkey. And she now very much has the leader, the Greek leader, Melissa Helena Anastasakis, in her sights. Bulut-Duvar wearing the sunglasses in that Turkish strip. And she is a familiar name for quite unfortunate reasons, really, at the top of the sport. She, of course, won the silver medal in the Olympic 1,500 metres back in London 2012. However, Gamze Bulut-Duvar was given a 4-year doping ban under a retrospective investigation in 2017, with all of her results annulled between 2011 and 2016. They were disqualified. She lost that Olympic gold medal, but Gamze Bulut-Duvar has come back since, and she has been running well. Not quite as well as before that ban, of course, but she's run 9:27 for 3,000 metres. That was in Istanbul, as we see Miltiadis Tintoglu being introduced, and what a reception he gets from the crowd. And how well deserved it is for a man who has won just about everything. He has 3 European titles outdoors, 3 European titles indoors. He has 2 world indoor titles. He has 1 world outdoor title. And of course, he has 2 Olympic titles in 2021 and 2024. The greatest long jumper of his generation, Miltiadis Tentoglu. He's 27 years old now, but he is very much not finished racking up titles. And he takes a bow, and what a brilliant atmosphere it is at the Balkan Championships. And Tentoglu will feel like he is floating on air as we go back to the women's 3,000 metres, and Melissa Helena Anastasakis is hanging on gamely out front. Gamza Bulut-Duvardo digging in and trying to close that advantage, but she's still 10 metres in her rear. And there's probably another 10-12 metres back to Gresa Bakraci of Kosovo, who looks destined for a bronze medal. Gamza Bulut-Duvar is trying to summon some strength, summon some speed, and kick down Melissa Helena Anastasakis. But Anastasakis is not surrendering this by any stretch. Anastasakis is digging in a big way here. She could well be on for a personal best, but it's not really about times here. It's all about the medals. And look at the big finish back in third from Gresa Bakraci of Kosovo. She is flying now. She goes past Gamza Bulut-Duvar. And if there's a danger to Anastasakis, it's going to come, I think, from Bakraci, who is absolutely motoring there on that final turn. Bakraci has Anastasakis in her sights. The Greek athlete digs in, tries to find something. Watch the inside lane. She's trying to get up the inside. Is Bakraci, and the door has been left open by Anastasakis, but Anastasakis finds something extra in the final meters to hang on for another Greek gold medal. And the crowd absolutely loved that. And you know what? If you're a front runner, I think around the world they'll be appreciating that performance as well by Anastasakis, who led that race out from the gun. She put the others under major pressure. She dared them to go with her, and none of them were willing to. They all ran a more evenly paced race in behind. Gresa Bakraci kept her powder dry and ran it very sensibly, very efficiently. Delivered her run to perfection at the right moment. Anastasakis, she was just closing that gap a little, but there was more than enough room for Bakraci to go into it if she was good enough. But ultimately, she wasn't. Gresa Bakraci settles for silver. And Melissa Helena Anastasakis, once that fatigue fades and she gets her breath back, I'm sure she'll be beaming a wide smile, because she is the 3,000 metre champion at the Balkan Athletics Championships. So as the eye of the tiger rings out, Anastasakis certainly showed the eye of the tiger from start to finish there, but especially in that last 50, she had to summon on every ounce of speed she had left in her system. Every bit of energy was extracted to hold off the charge from Bakraci. And Melissa Helena Anastasakis is your Balkan women's 3,000 metre champion this year. Still waiting on official confirmation of the times, but it looked like a very good time as well. And indeed it is. Personal bests for the top 3, and 4 out of the 5 finishers set personal bests. So the wind obviously not too strong at the moment, and the temperature is warm, and I did say it wouldn't be too comfortable for the 3,000 metre runners, but 9 minutes isn't too long to be out there suffering in those kind of temperatures. But Melissa Helena Anastasakis, 9:17.72. What a run that is. And she did every bit of it on her own from the front. A big personal best for the Greek athlete on home turf, but more importantly, a gold medal. Silver went to Gresa Bakraci of Kosovo, 9:17.80. That is a personal best by 7 seconds for the 29-year-old. And then back in third, Gamza Bulut-Duvar of Turkey, 9:22.43. That is also a personal best by just under 5 seconds for the 32-year-old Turkish athlete. So the races on the track are certainly delivering, and indeed in the field we've seen some brilliant action already. One of the highlights undoubtedly that 14-12 final round effort for Ivana Spanovic to move from 4th and no medal to the best medal of all. It's another gold for the Serbian star, and another global star and another global champion, multiple times global champion, will be on the long jump runway momentarily, Miltiadis Tintoglu. In that men's long jump, it's still very early days. We've just had some early attempts. Endri Rakaj of Albania leading the way with 7:30. Benan Özturun of Turkey second with 7:15, and then Brajan Avia of North Macedonia back in third with 6:81. But Miltiadis Tintoglu, of course, as the leading athlete in the field on season's best, will be last on the runway, and there is, I think, 15 athletes in total, so we'll check in with that soon. But first confirmation of that women's 800 metre, and Dilek Kocak takes the gold with 2:01.73. Another brilliant front-running display. Georgia Despolari takes silver, 2:02.35, and Nina Vukovic, a brave battling performance by the Croatian, back in third. Next up on track, it will be the decathlon men's 400 metres. We have just 5 athletes going to the line there, but I'm sure we'll be checking in on the long jump first. And bang on cue, it is Klemen Modrijanovic, who with his opening attempt. Modrijancic is a 7:69 athlete at his best, 7:55 his best this year. You see him quite low to the ground there as he tries to build up that speed. And then he springs up on that final step. .682 opener for the Slovenian. Next up then, number 251, Cristian Andrei Sava of Romania. .771 is Sava's personal best, but he has been out to 764 already this year. There are 3 8-metre men in the field: Marko Cheko of Croatia, Božidar Saraboyukov of Bulgaria, and of course the main man, Miltiadis Tintoglu. That's a good effort, good opening effort there by Sava. Perhaps just put the landing gear out a little early there, the feet just dropping down a little. But that looks well over 7 metres anyway. And it is 7:15 for Sava to open the competition. That puts him into joint second place alongside Benan Özturun. Now we haven't really checked in with the women's pole vault yet. The bar currently at 4 metres, and an awkward looking attempt there. By Ariadne Adamopoulou. And I don't think she broke the plane really there, so she will get to go again, the youngster. This is her first jump of the competition. Two athletes have gone clear, Demet Parlak and Vita Benedecic. So first try for Adamopoulou, and she gets a big cheer there as she goes clear. And that looks like she's hurt her wrist there a little, just twisted awkwardly as she went into that bar, but that's a great clearance there by Adamapoulou. Sorry, that's not, that is Panagiotou. Confusing my numbers there, but Evgenia Maria Panagiotou, the Greek teenager, goes clear on her first attempt at 4 meters. We'll check back in with that soon. But now it's time for some decathlon 400 meter. And on the outside lane from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Luka Ivicic, who has a best for this distance of 52.70. He's run 54.33 this year. From Bulgaria in lane 6, it is Krum Zakayev, 51.31 this year for 400 meters. From Greece, Angelos Tsianis Andreoglou, 48.92. He's by far the quickest 400 meter man in this field. Then from Montenegro, Dragan Pezic, he's a 50.64 athlete. And on the inside from Greece, Aris Nikolaos Peristeris, 53.36 this year and 51.38 personal best. The leading decathlete on personal best in the field is Andreoglou, 7,926 point athlete, but Peristeris in the lane alongside him, just behind that with 7,887. But Andreoglou has been out to 7,857 already this year. And we'll see what the men can do here as they close out day one. And it will have been a very, very exhausting day one, because of the conditions. As I mentioned, it was hitting about 38 degrees for a lot of the afternoon. The sun thankfully has now set in Volos, so it's a little more comfortable, but it's still in the low 30s. In the decathlon, 400 meters, they're off and running. Lane 3, Aris Nikolaos Peristeris. Lane 4, Dragan Pesic. Lane 5, Angelos Tsianis Andreoglou. Lane 6, Krum Zakayev. And lane 7, Luka Ivicic. And indeed, no surprise to see Andreoglou powering through that first 200 meters. He has the lead at the moment, the 48-second man. He puts him well above the rest of this field in terms of his 400 meter ability, and he is utilizing that to great effect around this top bend. He is putting distance between him and the rest. It is Krum Zakayev, a 51-second man who's making the best of the chase in the lane outside him, but Andreoglou, as they get towards the finish, is just pulling further and further clear. How quick can he go on home turf? 48 seconds on the clock. It's going to be close to his personal best. 48.92 his best before, but Andreoglou, dominant fashion there, takes victory. And prior to this, Andreoglou had a comfortable lead in the standings, 3,166 points. After the first 4 events, that gave him almost a 100-point advantage over Zakayev of Bulgaria, and then it was Peristeris of Greece back in third with 2,961. But Andreoglou with that almost personal best of 48.95, that's an extra 864 points on the tally, and that will take him just over 4,000 points, if my back of an envelope maths are correct. Andreoglu will have a very comfortable overnight lead of, well, 150 points or so over Krum Zakariev. But yeah, 48.95 it was for Andreoglu to take victory, ahead of Krum Zakariev. 50.24 at PB for him in second, and Dragan Pezic of Montenegro third in that decathlon, 451.44. I'll give you the full points tally when I have them. As we go back to the men's long jump and check in on Danilo Dubina of Ukraine. Fantastic elevation there off the board. And what has he produced here? It is 7.25, and these men are now jumping into headwinds. Just looking at some of the wind readings from round one. All the readings seem to be just between 0.5 and 1.5 or so meters per second, so not ideal for the men. But again, it is a championship, so distances really are immaterial. The only way they matter is how they match up against the men beside you on the track. As we go back to the women's pole vault. And there we can check in on the men's long jump. We just missed that live, but we get to see it in replay. An important jump, because that man is the man that Miltiadis Tentoglu will have earmarked as the guy to beat. The guy who could stand between him and gold on home turf. Bozidar Zaraboyukov of Bulgaria. 7.78 it was in his opening round effort. But now the atmosphere kicks up, not just one but several notches, for the arrival, for the first jump of a national hero, Miltiadis Tentoglu. First attempt at the Balkan Championships on home turf in Volos. What can the double Olympic champion produce here? It's a little bit of an awkward landing, but his class tells once again. Miltiadis Tentoglu. It is a foul, however. It is a foul. And that's why just a couple of centimetres in it. Miltiadis Tentoglu, not the start he wanted, but the positive sign is that that is certainly over 8 metres. If he can just get it right on the board, which he no doubt will in the coming rounds. He's a man who knows how to perform under pressure, and it's quite a good bit of pressure. Greek doesn't host that many international championships, despite being such a brilliantly proud of some great one-day events, of course, but not too often the Greek athletes get to compete on home turf in their national kit with international medals on the line, and this is one of them in Volos. Lots of people will have travelled up from Athens, no doubt, made the 300-kilometre or so journey to see stars of the sport, Miltiadis Tentoglu among them. The next event up on track will be the women's 100 metres. That will be coming up very soon, in just a couple of minutes. And here is the full lineup. So before we go back to the field events, it's time for some very fast running And there are the 8 athletes who will line up for the women's 100 meters. And the quickest athletes, as you'd expect, are in the central lanes. Look towards Greece's Rafaela Spanoudaki Chatsiriga, 11:26 this season. She is the quickest athlete in the field, so the crowd will expect and certainly be hoping for another Greek gold medal on home turf. But Chatsiriga will have plenty to do with the likes of Diana Honcharenko alongside her, 11:40 she's run this year. Magdalena Lindner of Austria as well in lane 6 should also put up a stout bid. But unlike the one-lap events, we'll start with the introductions from the inside. The athlete on the far right there is Kristin Raducanova, who is an 11:75 athlete this year. 11:53 is her personal best. So just a slight delay, about 5 minutes or so behind schedule for this women's 100 metres, but plenty of time to make that up. We will be on air for a little over 90 minutes more, following the ups and downs of Miltiades Tintoglu as he goes for glory on home turf in that men's long jump final. First of all, though, from Slovenia, Dino Subasic jumped 7:05 in the first round. That has him down in 9th place at the moment. But it is, of course, very early days, with the man we marked out as the main threat to Miltiades Tintoglu still leading the way, Bojidar Saraboyukov. 7:78 is the mark. It is a mark that Tintoglu could usually do in his sleep, but Saraboyukov could well go a lot further than that. He has gone well over 8 metres, the European indoor champion. As we look back to the Slovenian Subasic, what has he managed to produce in round 2? But back on track for the final of the women's 100 metres. And on the inside lane from Bulgaria, Kristin Raducanova, 11:53 her best. Beside her from Azerbaijan, Lamia Valieva, 11:62 this year. From Slovenia in lane 3, Lucia Potnik, 11:47 this year. From Greece, lots of pressure on the young shoulders of Rafaela Spanoudaki Chatsiriga, 11:26 her personal best. Beside her from Ukraine, Diana Honcharenko, big threat to the Greek athlete alongside her, 11:40 Honcharenko has run this year. And another athlete who will be eyeing that gold medal is Magdalena Lindner of Austria, 11:33 her best. She's run 11:44 this season. Beside her, Isabel Pusch of Austria, 11:61 this season. She has run 11:48 at her best. And completing the lineup in the outside lane, Milana Ternanic. She has run 11:35 at her best, but some way off that this year, 11:92. So, Rafaela Spanoudaki Chatsiriga in lane 4 looks the athlete to be. She's a 4-time Greek champion in the 100 metres. She is a Balkan Athletics Championships gold medalist over 200 metres twice in 2021 and 2022, but a title she has never won is the Balkan 100 metre title. This looks a brilliant chance. Spanoudaki Chatsiriga in lane 4. She ran her personal best of 11:26 just a few weeks ago. She comes in flying form, but the crowd very much will expect. Away they go, and it is a good start from Spanoudaki Chatsiriga, but going brilliantly there alongside her from Slovenia is Potnik as well, and it looks like Potnik, but now Chatsiriga coming through. It is the Greek athlete rising to the occasion on home turf. She takes the victory. The crowd goes wild, the arms spread wide. Rafaela Spanoudaki Chatsiriga takes the glory, performs under pressure, and she is the Balkan 100 meters champion. It was a brilliant run as well. I think she held on for second, Lucia Putnik. But what a brilliant first 50, 60 meters it was by Putnik of Slovenia. You can see there, it was an absolute bullet start, and that put Chatsiriga under a lot of pressure. The Greek athlete just had to stay calm and composed and come through there. Also flashing home from Austria, getting up for second, I think, was Magdalena Lindner. So a brilliant silver medal for the Austrian. It looks like bronze went to Lucia Putnik, but no doubt about where the gold is. It's the woman. I mentioned her 2 titles in the 200 meters previously at these championships, and all that strength came to fruition there over that last 50 meters for Rafaela Spanudaki Chatsiriga, who clocks 11:31, pretty close to her personal best. 1.6 the tailwind behind them there, so pretty optimal conditions with the hot temperatures as well. Spanudaki Chatsiriga, she waited until she saw the time, I think, before she really started celebrating, but that's left her very pleased. A gold medal, a fast time, and a crowd that will be looking to her with adulation after delivering yet another Greek medal, another Greek gold medal on home turf in Volos. It was Magdalena Lindner coming through for second, 11:42 for the Austrian. That's a season's best for her. And then it was Lucia Putnik of Slovenia, a personal best for her, 11:44. That takes 0.03 of a second off her personal best. And speaking of Greek gold medals, there is a woman who will be under a lot of pressure to deliver one here, but she'll be quite calm under that pressure because Elina Tsenko is an athlete who has performed at the very highest level already. She's already racked up wins in Diamond League circuit, and she will be heavily favoured to take gold in this women's javelin final. But there are some very worthy competitors. Elina Tsenko claimed gold at the Balkan Championships back in 2021. She's won 5 Greek titles in the javelin, and of course European champion a few years ago in Munich, as we look back to the men's long jump. So Andriy Shikabara fouled his first attempt, looking to get on the board here in round 2, and no long jumper ever wants to leave it to round 3. It is a bit of a nightmare scenario, and it's a very high stress situation. If you foul the opening 2 attempts, suddenly those margins become very fine, and that board becomes a very difficult place to properly plant your foot on. So Shikabara will be very keen to just get a safe jump in here, try and get himself on the board. He's way behind the board. That was too safe a jump, but it is on the board at least. He has registered a valid attempt, but the issue of course is that it won't get him inside the top 8. And look how far he is behind the board. That's probably half a meter, I would say, or certainly at least 30 centimeters or so. But it is of course a valid attempt at least for Shikabara. Next up on track will be the men's 100 meter final. And in lane 1 from Bulgaria, Hristo Iliev, who is a 10:31 athlete at his best. Alongside him, you don't see that vest too often, San Marino, Francesco Sansovini. He is a 10:41 athlete at his best, 10:50 this year. Beside him from Turkey, Mustafa Kemal Ay. He's run 10:18 at his best, but some way off that this year with 10:50. That is Jernec Gumilar of Slovenia, 10:26 this season. He'll be a big threat to all here. This is Nikola Karamanilov of Bulgaria, 10:32, his best this year. In lane 6 then, from Ukraine, Alexander Sokolov. He's a 10:17 athlete at his best, 10:32 this year. And lane 7, Kayhan Oser of Turkey. Oser is a 10.17 athlete at his best. Season's best though, 10.22. He's represented Turkey at various championships over the years. And on the outside, from Azerbaijan, Alham Nagiev, 10.42 athlete at his best. So the quickest this season will go in lane 4 in that luminous green vest of Slovenia, Jernej Gumilar. But there will likely be not too much to choose between the likes of Gumilar in 4, Karamanilov in 5, Sokolov in 6, and Oser in 7. All those men in and around the 10.2s. And in fact, I misspoke there. It was Kayhan Oser in lane 7 is the quickest athlete this year with the 10.22. Oser, who was competed at the Paris Olympics, knocked out in the 100 metre heats there, but is 6th in the world indoor semi-final. He has a flying start. Look out for him in lane 7. He will likely be in front at halfway, and then the others will be trying to get him. Away they go, and Oser does get a brilliant start. Also going well in the middle there is Gumilar. It's close at the moment, going well on the inside there as well is Iliev. It's a blanket finish here, but it is Slovenians. Jernej Gumilar who prevails. Came through over the last 30 metres. And he takes victory. The man who was knocked out in the semi-finals at the European Under-23 Championships recently. But he helped Slovenia to a national record in the 4x100 metres. And with those, what would you call them, John Lennon-esque sunglasses he's wearing. He's certainly looking the coolest amongst the lineup there. But he ran the fastest as well. He had a brilliant pickup there, good out of the blocks, and just had a bit of work to do at halfway, but that speed endurance just starting to tell there. And I'm not sure if that was an attempt to punch the air to try and get his torso across the line earlier, or if he was already celebrating. Maybe it was a little bit of both there at the finish. From the Slovenian, Gumilar takes the victory. Iliev had such a brilliant 70 metres. I wonder, did he get up for a medal there on the inside? It's very, very close between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It looked like being a little bit of a rerun of the men's 100 metres in Paris with 5 or 6 of them in the battle for gold. But over the last 20 metres, it was the Slovenian Jernej Gumilar who came through very strongly. As we go back to the women's pole vault, the bar at 4.25, and Ariadne Adamopoulou, that was her second attempt at 4.25, a failure. Her compatriot Evgenia Maria Panagiotou also has 2 failures at 4.25, as does Turkey's Demet Parlak. However, Ukraine's Marina Kilipko is currently fully in command with first-time clearances at 4.15 and 4.25. Slovenia's Vita Benedetic is also down to her 3rd and final attempt, which will be upcoming at 4.25 to stay in the competition. If Parlak, Panagiotou, Adamopoulou or Benedetic cannot go clear at 4.25 on their 3rd attempts, then our champion will be Marina Kilipko of Ukraine. And then the result has now been made official. Jernej Gumilar has risen above himself. He has taken 0.03 of a second off his personal best to take victory in that men's 100 metres. 10.23 with a 1.4 wind behind him. Silver goes to Alexander Sokolov of Ukraine with a season's best of 10.28. And bronze to Bulgaria's Hristo Iliev, 10.29. Personal best for Iliev back in 3rd. Over to the women's javelin, where Elina Tsenko is about to take her first attempt. What can the Greek star produce on home turf? Can she put the competition to bed right at the outset? It's very possible. Tsenko is such a good thrower. That is not her best though. That is well down on it. That is well shy of 60 metres. So it was a bit of a blanket finish in that men's 100 metres. There's between 2nd and 6th, there was just 600ths of a second. But the man out front by 500ths of a second, Ahead of that cluster, Jernej Gumilar, a lifetime best for the young Slovenian, 10:23. What a run. Fully justifying those sunglasses. Back to the long jump. And it's time for one of the big guns to step up on the runway. Bojidar Saraboyukov, the European indoor champion. What can he produce here in round 2? He's such a physically imposing athlete. Those limbs just look like they're stretched. And he unleashes on the runway. Is it probably a slight improvement perhaps on the 778? Good on the board there, Saraboyukov. Just perhaps all parts of that jump not quite lining up. As we mentioned, they're generally jumping into headwinds here. See if he has improved. .778 again it is in the second round for Saraboyukov, so the exact same mark in round 2, but either way it keeps him up front, but maybe not for long, because Miltiadis Tintoglu is next up on the runway. Now you'll hear the atmosphere building. The claps are going, the cameras are rolling. Miltiadis Tintoglu, the 2-time Olympic champion, the national hero in Greece. Fouled his first attempt. Can he get it right here in round 2? That looked better. And the crowd roars for Tintoglu. I think he has just jumped into the lead in this competition. Gets the white flag. The only question now is how big is that jump? That is perfect on the board from Tintoglu. Absolutely spot on. And what has he unleashed here? Miltiadis Tintoglu, who was an 865 jumper at his best. Did that in Rome last year. The European Championships. It is 807 for Tintoglu. He swoops to the front of this competition. He's not exactly delighted with it, of course. He takes 8 meters pretty much for granted these days, but Tintoglu, he is off and running, and he is at the head of the standings in the men's long jump. Next up on track, it's going to be the men's 5,000 meters. And looking across this field, there's a lot of men in there who run in the kind of just sub 14 minute range, but it's not the highest quality field. And the one athlete in there who will be heavily favoured to take victory is on the very outside, Elzan Bibic of Serbia. The full lineup from the inside, although they're breaking immediately from lanes. Panagiotis Petroulakis of Greece, he's a 14:21 athlete. Uros Gutic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, he's 14:44 at his best. Maxim Relianu of Moldova, 14:09 at his best. Sergios Diakostefanis of Greece, 14:32 at his best. Dylan Kasar of Malta, 14:30 at his best. Simon Spiteri of Malta, who's run 14:26. Jan Kokalj of Slovenia, who's run 13:48. As we go back to this third attempt in the women's pole vault at 4:25, and it's not a successful one, unfortunately, for Ariadne Adamopoulou, and she bows out of the competition. And just to complete the lineup in that men's 5,000 meters, Ivo Balabanov of Bulgaria, who's run 13:46 at his best. And then finally, of course, Elzan Bibic of Serbia, 13:14 man, as we see Alina Chenko in round 2. And that's more like it from the Greek star. That looks to be around the 61 meter mark. And that will launch her towards the head of the standings. I suspect we'll await the confirmation of what exactly that mark was. But that looked like a much better throw from Chenko. And that is 61.55 for Chenko. So she takes the lead ahead of Maria Vucinovic of Serbia, who's in second with 59.09. And then it is the Greek athlete Georgia Theophania Katsaru back in third with 49.09. But it's a fast pace being laid down here in this men's 5,000 metres. They are really moving well through this opening 400 metres. Quicker than I'd expected given the personal bests that are in here, to be honest. But they are moving pretty quick through 800 metres there at about 2:14 or so. So it's a good healthy pace being set out by the two athletes from Malta, Simon Spiteri and Dylan Kassar. And no surprise to see Elsan Bibic just take close order there. Sorry, I was making a mistake there, looking at the wrong race. Of course, it's the men's 1500 metres we're watching, and we are now through with a lap to run, and it is Salih Texos of Turkey who is out in front and in command at the moment. But can he stay there? That is the question over this final 200 metres. He has lots of men for company as they come up with 250 metres to run, but Salih Texos, he passes through here now with 200 metres to run. Can he hang on out there? Texos is kicking it, and he is kicking in hard with 200 metres to run. And Salih Texos, can he hang on? He is kicking in for dear life here with 100 to go, and he is digging in. I think he's going to have enough to hold off Nino Jambrasic of Croatia. It is Salih Texos of Turkey. He's going to come home in front, having led all the way. A brilliant performance by the Turk. 3:42 on the clock. And Salih Texos takes victory in the men's 1500 metres and takes the Balkan title. It was Nino Jambrasic who put it up to him very well, and then it was the Greek athlete. I think that was Charalambos Lagos back in third. But a front-running masterclass there from Salih Texos hands him victory. And indeed, it was Charalambos Lagos back in third. He takes the bronze medal. And apologies for the error there. I was looking at the field events too much and trying to keep up to date with those results as I was flicking between the start lists for the men's 1500 metres and men's 5000 metres, which is of course upcoming, but we got there in the end. Salih Texos takes victory and takes a gold for Turkey in the men's 1500 metres. I'll give you that official result when I have it. Back to the men's high jump, and it is quite early days here. There is a lot going on in track and field at the Balkan Athletics Championships. And over in the long jump, we'll be getting back there soon. Tentoglu still leading the way. But action ongoing in the field in 4 different field events right now. So our director is doing a brilliant job of keeping us up to date on just about everything and all the important throws and jumps that are happening. And of course the track action. And next up on track will be the women's steeplechase, which is coming up in about 5 minutes time. But first, back to the javelin. And it is again time for Elina Chenko. Third round effort. She already has the lead. Can she extend it? Doesn't look like that's going to be enough. That comes down just over 60 metres. So no improvement there for Chenko. She leads the way with 61.55. Second place at the moment, Maria Vucinovic of Serbia, 59.09. No improvement for her in round 3. And then third place, Georgia Theophania Katsaru. So Chenko firmly in command through the opening 3 rounds. And unfortunately, one of the big potential rivals to her, Ada Tuguc of Turkey, was a DNS. Does not start. on the start list, so something obviously amiss for Tugshus, who was on the start list up until the start of the event, so perhaps just tweaking something in the warm-up. Either way, it looks now like a clear path to gold for Elina Chenko. Over in the pole vault, meanwhile, I can tell you that none of the athletes managed to go clear who were trying at 4:25, so it was Marina Kilipko who takes gold, and it was now set the bar to 4:43 as we see confirmation of that victory in the women's 100 metres. And then the men's result, Jernej Skulamar taking 300ths of a second off his personal best and gold ahead of Alexander Zokolov and Hristo Iliev. Brilliant performance by him to take third in a personal best of 10:29, and look at the gaps there between second and sixth, just 600ths of a second. A game of inches, the men's 100 metres. As we see Timo here, Ivanov in the men's high jump. And he currently leads the men's high jump with that first time clearance at 2:19, the bar now at 2:25. And in fact, we haven't checked in too much on the men's high jump, but I can tell you that he is now all alone, clear path to gold for Tihomir Ivanov, because Vladislav Lavsky, Antonius Merlos failed to go clear 3 times at 2:19. So silver medal will be split, or will be shared. There'll be 2 of them for Vladislav Lavsky and Antonius Merlos of Ukraine and Greece respectively in the men's high jump, with Ivanov now the sole athlete left jumping at 2:25. Also just 1 athlete left in the women's pole vault, that's Marina Kilipko. Bar set to 4:43, she'll be making her second attempt soon. And confirmation of that result in the men's 1500 metres, Sally Texas 3:41.97 ahead of Nino Jambrasic of Croatia 3:42.64, and then it was Charalampos Lagos of Greece with a PB in third 3:43.40. But back to the men's high jump, and Tihomir Ivanov getting the crowd going, and the Greeks are clapping along for the Bulgarian, as they would. There's no Greek competitor left against them, and they're lending their support, hoping to help him over this bar. 2:25 is where it is set. Second attempt for the Bulgarian at 2:25, who has put the competition to bed. Either way, he will be the gold medalist, but he would love to go over 2:25 here. Not to be on that attempt. And as he knocks the bar, the stanchion very nearly comes down. Officials straight in to pick it up. And we're off and running in the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. So 7.5 laps await these athletes. 35 barriers in total. There'll be no barriers for the opening 200 metres. First one day jump will be just after the finish line there. And the full lineup for this women's 3,000 metre steeplechase, before we get too far into it. Karawan Halibi Kablan of Israel, she's a 9:55 athlete at her best. From Greece, Limonia Marina Kiolu, she's a 10:43 athlete. Another Greek athlete, Anastasia Kokourou, 10:25 her best. Also from Greece, Andriana Bontiotti, 9:58 her best. From Turkey, Sila Bayir, 9:51 athlete at her best. One of the big threats for gold from Turkey, Tugba Guvenç Yenigun. She's just slotted in back in third there. And the favourite from Israel, Adva Cohen, a 9:24 athlete at her best. As we look back to the javelin, and Elina Chenko trying to get over 60 again, and she has, but I don't think that's going to be an improvement on her earlier efforts. But she's showing great consistency around that 60 metre mark. 61.55 in the second round, 60.75 in the third, We'll see what she's jumped here in round, or thrown here in round 4. It is 60-77 there for Chenko. As we look back to the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase, and this is the Israeli athlete who's a bit of a surprise to see out front, really, on her own at the moment. And she won't be allowed to get away, but they won't be too worried, the athletes in behind. Karawan Halibi Kablan, she's a 9:55 athlete at her best out front, but no surprise to see her Israeli teammate Adva Cohen just take command and keep her in her sights there in second, because Adva Cohen would be probably the favourite for this, along with Turkey's Tugba Güvenç Yenigun. They have run 9:24 and 9:25 respectively at their best. No one in the field has got within 25 seconds of those 2 times, so it should come down to a head-to-head between Cohen and Güvenç Yenigun as we look back to even off in the men's high jump. And no success there in his 3rd and final attempt. So back to the steeplechase, where we'll check in on Yenigun and Cohen. Well, we'll check in on all the athletes, but the 2 big guns who should be duking it out for gold here are currently sitting in 2nd and 3rd position. Cohen just running on the inside there. Cohen, of course, who's part of the Dark Sky Distance, the Under Armour group that's based out in Flagstaff under the tutelage of Stephen Haas. It's one of the real groups in the US that's been progressing rapidly in recent years, and Cohen has been part of that rise. She's set the Israeli record just last month in Hengelo at the FBK Games. Brilliant run she ran there. She's a 3-time national champion, and she was 12th in the European final last year, was Cohen. Formerly of Iowa Central Community College, and she transferred to the University of New Mexico, the Lobos, and she is now in her country's vest, and she is tracking one of her compatriots from Israel as they run down the back straight. Karawan Halabi Kablan is out front, as it's been from the outset, and it's a surprising move. Perhaps Halabi Kablan is perhaps just targeting some rankings points or a personal best, 9:55. She's certainly on track for that at the moment anyway, because you would expect, given the caliber of opponents that are behind her, that if she's racing for place, she might have just been better off sitting in and let them pull her around. But let's go back to the women's pole vault, and that was a 3rd and final failure at 4:43 for Marina Kilipko, but she nonetheless is the champion. She takes gold. And just getting her heels clipped there was Halabi Kablan out front. Yeah, it's just bunching up behind her now in this steeplechase, and the 2 Turks are now coming to the fore. They are Sila Bayir of Turkey, 9:51 athlete, and of course big contender Tugba Güvenç Yenigun. Yenigun is an accomplished performer. She was the World University Games gold medalist back in 2017. 10 years ago now, she took the European Under-23 title, and she won the Balkan Indoor 3,000 meter title back in 2017. And Cohen there just getting a little bit gapped, but nothing to worry about. She's just, sometimes steeplechasers like to give themselves a sight. It can be very tricky in the position Cohen is in there back in 3rd if you go into those barriers, because you don't get a chance if there's 2 athletes right in front of you, and you see there Cohen actually just backed off a little coming into that water jump. And while that may seem like a risky strategy, ultimately it's a sensible strategy sometimes if it allows you to actually get a look at those barriers, because Cohen is kind of running blind almost into them. And we've seen many calamities in the steeplechase, unfortunately, over the years, where athletes just didn't quite see the barrier coming. But as things stand at the moment, it's as it was. It's the 2 Turks and the Israeli out front, Sila Bayir, Tugba Güvenç Yenigun and Adva Cohen. These 3 now pulling clear, and gapped back and forth for the first time is Karawan Halabi Kablan of Israel. She's trying her best to hang on, but doesn't look like these athletes are going to be slowing down anytime soon with 3 laps to go. And Cohen just covering every move there at the moment. This could well come down to a burn-up, and if it is to be between 2 athletes, then we'd expect it to be between Yenigun and Cohen, who will have the better speed, as we saw just Cohen there just moving out a little and making sure she can get a proper look at those barriers yet again. They certainly do not move when you hit them. So, a little over 2 laps to run in this women's 3,000 metre steeplechase, and barring unforeseen circumstances, you'd imagine we have our 3 medalists, and it is Yenigun on the inside there leading the way, the tall figure, but now Cohen is just coming up into that position to just get on the shoulder, and she will know that Yenigun is the athlete she has to beat, and Yenigun will know that Cohen is the athlete she has to beat. They will know all about each other before this race, and they're going to be marking each other here over the next 2 laps, or the next lap or so, before they unleash the fury with a big kick on the last lap to try to go for gold as we go back to the long jump, where Saraboyukov taking his 3rd attempt. Can he improve on the 778? And Senko, it's all happening here, all the stars in action at once. Senko, another throw that comes down around 60 meters. For Saraboyukov, it looks like another jump around the 778 mark, maybe a slight improvement, but he's not going to challenge Tentoglu for sure. What is Tchenko thrown there in, I think it's around 4 we're in now in the women's javelin. But it's good we've gone back to the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase, because this is the action event at the moment in terms of the goals being decided, and Adva Cohen has pushed on with 500 metres to run. For the first time she has hit the front. Tugba Guvench Yenigun goes with her immediately, and Adva Cohen has just increased the pace, and you can tell that Sila Bayir of Turkey, back in 3rd, has now been dropped. She's just finding this a bit too hot to handle, but the wheels are turning, the gears are shifting, and Adva Cohen of Israel is putting the hurt on everyone else. Now, can Yenigun go with her? It looks like she is hurting in a big way at the moment. Yenigun has run 9:33 at her best this year. That was in Barcelona just a couple of weeks ago. However, Cohen is in the form of her life. An Israeli record of 9:24 in Hengelo last month. And now Adva Cohen is showing her class. She saved it all for the last 2 laps, and she is spending her pennies wisely here, because she is shifting through the gears as she goes up the back straight with a 10-metre advantage over Tujba Guvench Yenigun. And it looks like Adva Cohen is on her way to a gold medal if she avoids any calamity in these final few barriers. 200 metres to run. She's got about a 10-metre advantage. Guvench hasn't given up hope yet. She is trying to kick it in again and find something, but Adva Cohen looks stronger than ever. There's no one in her way now. Clear sight of all these barriers. Pops her left foot on that. She is definitely getting tired, but they're all tired at this point of the race. And Adva Cohen of Israel, the 29-year-old, the 3-time national champion, looks to be on her way to a gold medal at the Balkan Championships. 1 barrier left to clear, and she is over it in fine style. And Adva Cohen races up to the finish. Going to be just outside 9:45. The time irrelevant. The gold, all that matters. Adva Cohen is the champion at the Balkan Championships. Coming through for second, it was Tujba Guvench Yenigun. Should have been under 9:50 as well. And all smiles there for Adva Cohen. She takes victory. And that is a brilliant, brilliant title to add to her CV in what has been a memorable year already, with that excellent national record last month in Hengelo. And she'll be looking onwards to the Tokyo World Championships, now just about 7 weeks away. Brilliant win and a glittering gold for Adva Cohen. I can tell you that Elina Chenko threw 60.04 in that 5th round it was. So she is still firmly in command, 2.5 meters to the good over Maria Vucenovic in the women's javelin. And remarkable consistency there. Her last 3 throws, all in the 60-meter range. And then that 61.55, still her best mark for Chenko in round 2 of the women's javelin. Looking back on the men's long jump standings, it's pretty much as it was when we left it. At the end of round 3, Miltiadis Tintoglu, 8:07, leads the way ahead of Bojidar Saraboyukov, 7:90. And we're into the 6th and final round in the women's javelin. Alina Chenko. What can she throw here? She's got the gold. Can she make it a bigger mark? Yes, she can, I think. That is definitely an improvement. It looks like for Alina Chenko. 61.55, her previous best. No one else has been able to live with that. Silver has gone to Maria Vucenovic of Serbia with 59.09. Bronze went to Maria Bogovac of Montenegro with 52.49. But Alina Chenko, she looks like she saved her best for last here. What has she produced? It's 62.83, so that's a big step forward. It's not a season's best. She's been beyond that already, but she will feel a lot better about that gold medal, knowing she's produced a throw like that in the final round with fine consistency as well, which is usually something that foreshadows the arrival of a bit of a breakthrough when you're throwing so consistently like that. There we are, championship record for Alina Chenko of Greece. Another Greek gold medal in Volos. She takes victory ahead of Maria Vucenovic of Serbia, 59.09 in second, and then it was Maria Bogovac in third for Montenegro, 52.49 for Bogovac. So next up on track will be the men's 5,000 meter final. That's coming up in about 5 minutes time, but first we'll check back on confirmation of that victory for Marina Kilipko of Ukraine, 4:25, ahead of Demet Parlak of Turkey, 4:15 in second. So lots happening across track and field. There's confirmation of the men's shot put result. Romania's Andrei Todor, 2074, he took victory. Armin Sivancevic, 2070 in second from Serbia. And Muharidze Georgi of Georgia, 2011, he takes the bronze medal. So just to mark your card, what's coming up in the closing hour or so of the program, we obviously have men's long jump, the second half of that still to come, as Miltiadis Tintoglu tries to win gold at the Balkan Championships on home turf in Volos. And of course, plenty track action still to come. The men's 5,000 meter final will be next up as we look back on that men's shot put. Men's 5,000 meter final coming up in about 5 minutes time. Then we will have the 4x100 meter relay for women at 10:30 local time, 9:30 Central European time. 10:40 then, it will be the men's senior 4x100 meters final, and then we will have a mixed 4x400 meters to round off day one of the Balkan Championships. That's coming up at 11 p.m. local time, 10 p.m. CET, and then we will sign off and rejoin you tomorrow evening for day 2. European Athletics very proud to be bringing you coverage of the Balkan Athletics Championships, an event that has been going for almost a century. So much history, and 22 nations are members and have brought their best, or many of their best, to Volos in Greece, a city on the coast that is about 300 kilometers from Athens, just over 300 kilometers. And I said the men's 5,000 meters was coming up in 5 minutes, but it looks like we're underway a little early. I don't think anyone will be too upset about that. And I did mention prematurely Elsan Bibic earlier on, while the 1500 was happening, but he is of course in the 5,000 meters, and he is back in third. He's a very distinctive figure. You notice him anywhere in any field because he is so tall, but he is by far the most accomplished man in this field. Elsan Bibic. The full lineup for the men's 5,000 meters: Panagiotis Petroulakis of Greece, a 14:21 man. Uros Gutic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, 14:44 his best. Maxim Raelianu, 14:09 his best. He's from Moldova. Sergios Diakostefanis of Greece, who's run 14:32 at his best. Dylan Kassar of Malta, who's run 14:30. Simon Spiteri of Malta, 14:26 his best. Jan Kokalj of Slovenia, 13:48 his best. Ivo Balabanov of Bulgaria, 13:46 his best. And finally, the tallest athlete in the field, who's in 4th position at the moment, from Serbia, Elsan Bibic, the heavy favourite for this. He's run 13:14 at his best, but 13:36 is best for 5,000 metres this year. And it will be quite a surprise if anyone manages to outkick Bibic here, because he is an accomplished 1,500 metre runner as well. He's run 3:34, a national record for 1,500 metres. And of course, European indoor bronze medalist over 3,000 metres in Istanbul 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago now. Behind, of course, the great Jakob Ingebrigtsen. So it is Dylan Kassar of Malta just leading this out at the moment. And then it is Jan Kokalj of Slovenia back in second, but the pace isn't too hot. 2:54 or so on the clock there as they go through the kilometre. And then it is the second athlete from Malta, I think it is, Simon Spiteri, who is also in there, 14:26 man, as the Greek athletes continue to be in high demand for these post-race interviews. So back to the men's 5,000 metres. They've just gone through the mile or so. And Dylan Kassar just moving out there, trying to, I think, encourage Slovenia's Jan Kokalj to perhaps just come through and help him out a bit with the pace. And Kokalj just not too keen really to give a hand on the pacing duties, and why would he? He's getting a great run at the moment in behind Dylan Kassar. And then Ivo Balabanov, it is back in third at the moment, 13:46 athlete this season. And perhaps the man who might be able to best put it up to Bibic, who's back in fourth at the moment, and is just biding his time and keeping things nice and quiet there in fourth. Not really too keen to get on with things. Has no need to get on with things given he has that 3:34 1,500 metre speed. He has by far the best PB in this field and the best wheels. Should it continue to dawdle, and it is quite a pedestrian pace at the moment. They weren't too far under 6 minutes through 2 kilometres. That was as they passed at the end of the back straight there. And Dylan Kassar of Malta, just not really getting any help from these men. He's been checking his watch. You could tell he's out to try and challenge his personal best of 14:26, and maybe push things along and try and drop some of these men, but they're not being dropped at the moment anyway. And it is Maxime Railianu, who is back in 5th at the moment, and he's getting a great slipstream there behind the very tall figure of Elsan Bibic. That's some great aerodynamic drafting, no doubt. Faith Kipiegon and her team would be proud of that one. But he is sandwiched in the middle, and now the group just coming back together, and you can kind of see why really the pace is just lagging. You know, they're gone through 6 laps there in just under 7 minutes, so they are running quite a modest tempo, shall we say, for men at international level over 5,000 meters. Of course, Elsan Bibic won't mind one bit back and forth. He will be quite content to let this dawdle, because he knows if it comes down to a 1-lap race or a 2 or 3 lap race, he has the pedigree. He has done it at very high levels. He has run himself into a medal behind Jakob Ingebrigtsen, and he will certainly feel very, very confident about having what he needs to take care of these men and win gold at the Balkan Championships. So they're now coming up, 7 laps done, and we see another check of the watch there by Dylan Kassar. I think we have a brief pause at the halfway stage of the men's long jump as they're just reshuffling the order and all that, but we'll be getting back to that soon as well, as we see Dylan Kassar still leading from Jan Kokalch, and the long jump is back underway. And in round 4, Božidar Saraboyukov second at the moment, but the man with the potential to depose Miltiades Tentoglu. Can he do it? Here he is in round 4, the gifted rising star of Bulgarian jumping. That's not going to be an improvement though. Good on the board from Saraboyukov. Of course, he jumped 8:13 to win that European indoor gold earlier on this year. Jumped 8:22 to really announce himself internationally. A Bulgarian under 20 record. We see 7:61 that mark was, no improvement. He stays second. But yeah, won European under 20 silver back in 2023 in Jerusalem, 8:22. And he's just been on the up since, and recently won a silver at the European Under-23 Championships in Bergen to add to a slew of other underage European medals. He did win a World Under-20 silver medal as well back in 2022, did Saraboyukov. Still only 20 years old though. And he's a good triple jumper as well, 16:53 in the triple jump. Indoors this year. Has already won himself 11 national titles at the age of 20. And we have a move at last in the men's 5,000 meters. The pace is modest no more, and it looks like the favourite, Elsan Bibic, has gone to the front. But instead, here's Miltiades Tentoglu sitting in a chair. Understandable, I suppose, the emphasis on Tentoglu, although we'd rather see him jumping than sitting there. But he will be next up on the runway. In the meantime, we have a decisive break in the men's 5,000 meters. Elsan Bibic, the heavy favourite for victory here, has broken clear with 3 laps to run. Elsan Bibic, it's going to be a good dust up for the minor medals, I think. Slovenia's Jan Kokalch is in there. Ivo Balabanov as well of Bulgaria is just tucking in there, back in 4th at the moment. And there's about a 25-meter advantage has been opened up by Elsan Bibic. And you can see he is just running well within himself. He's not going to need to do too much to win this title. Such is the margin of supremacy that he has over these men. He has run 13:36 for 5,000 meters already this summer. That was only last week, in fact. And that makes him quicker than everyone else in this field. So you can imagine, and it's understandable, that the other athletes in behind have chosen not to chase him, because really any of them going for gold here and trying to win it against this man, very likely to lead to a bit of a collapse over the last lap and possibly end up seeing them being run down for silver or bronze. So all the men in behind playing a smart game, really. They have let Bibic go, well, chiefly because they're probably not able to go with him, but also because they are trying to protect their chances for the silver medal, and that will turn into a bit of a dust-up between those three men. Likely will not be too much to choose between them, I would imagine. I think that is Simon Spiteri who is in there amongst them. Of Malta, in with Jan Kokalch and Ivo Balabanov of Bulgaria. But the gap now is lengthened to what must be 60 meters or so, maybe even more on the track. And Elsan Bibic has run this field ragged. We'll cut back to the long jump to make sure we show you Miltiades Tentoglu when he takes his next attempt in the fourth round. In fact, Tentoglu has decided to pass his fourth round, so that's why he was sitting in a chair. He's decided to pass both his third and fourth rounds. So has Tentoglu decided that 8:07 will be good enough for gold? Perhaps. Or maybe he just felt something, as we see Elsan Bibic comes up to the bell with 1 lap to run. Bibic is away and clear. And that advantage now has extended to 90 meters, I would say. And Elsan Bibic, the class of this field, is showing his caliber. He's showing that he has gears that no one else in this field can live with. He's really the only operator in this field who has performances that really belong on the world stage, but here at the Balkan Championships, they're certainly a cut above the rest on this day. It is an uncomfortable evening for 5,000 meter running. The temperature's in the 30s, but Elsan Bibic, a European indoor bronze medalist back in 2023, has dealt with them admirably, and he rounds into the home straight looking stronger than ever. He won't have to go deep into the pain cave to take gold here, because Elsan Bibic, the Serbian, is powering down the home straight, takes victory just outside 14 minutes. It is a brilliant win by the Serbian, and he was running well within himself. And we'll try and check back to see who has won the battle for silver and bronze. But certainly no doubt at all about the winner. Elsan Bibic takes glory, and it is Ivo Balabanov who takes the silver. And then I think it is Maxim Răleanu of Moldova who came through there for bronze. Răleanu takes the bronze. Balabanov the silver. And of course the gold in very facile fashion goes to Elsan Bibic of Serbia. The favourite obliges. So that was the men's 5,000 metres. In the long jump, we're now into round 5. And I can tell you Miltiades Tentoglu still out front, as we hear from our women's javelin champion, Elena Chenko. And back on track. Bojidar Saraboyukov about to take his 5th attempt. He's still in 2nd place with 790. The mark he is targeting is the 807 by Miltiadis Tentoglu. Tentoglu, who passed his last 2 rounds, having jumped 807 in the 2nd round, fouled his 1st attempt, is in command. But Saraboyukov is an athlete with the caliber to challenge that mark for sure. That's a foul though, I think. Frustration for Saraboyukov. See, that foot was just over the mark. Bojidar Saraboyukov. Frustration there in round 5, but I think he knew he probably had to take some chances if he was going to depose Miltiadis Tentoglu. And now will Tentoglu step up to take his 5th attempt? I'm sure the crowd would love him to. They'd love to see their icon compete, but Tentoglu, of course, if he's got the gold secured, and it's looking increasingly likely that he does, may well decide to be cautious and just save his energy. He has indeed passed round 5. Miltiadis Tentoglu is now showing in the results system. If you're looking for results, you can find them on Roster Athletics website from the Balkan Athletics Championships. So Miltiadis Tentoglu has decided not to take his 5th attempt. I'm sure there's a few disappointed faces in the crowd, but ultimately, if he shows up, he jumps and he wins gold. There's not much more you can do. But he is still staying warm, doing some drills, and who knows, maybe if he does have the gold secured, he will step up and take his 6th round attempt for the fans. Or maybe Bojidar Saraboyukov will produce something in round 6 that will necessitate Tentoglu to step up and jump better. At the moment, back in 3rd, it's Andreas Trakovsky of North Macedonia with 7:59. And it looks like Idin Sela of Israel will be next up. He's down in 8th position at the moment, 7:34. In fact, he's fouled his last attempt. So next on the runway will be Cristian Andrei Sava of Romania. Confirmation of the men's 5,000 meter result. Elsan Bibic of Serbia, 14:03.83 for victory. Ivo Balabanov of Bulgaria takes silver, 14:15.83, and it was Maxim Ralianu of Moldova with the bronze in a season's best of 14:17. Cristian Andrei Sava is next on the runway, 7:42, his best so far. That has him in 7th position. Trying to improve here in round 6. Well, that was very close on the board. I don't think that was a valid effort. And indeed, I don't see the man with the measuring stick going forward, and the X flashes up, so no improvement for Sava in round 6. He will finish in 7th position. Next on the runway will be Ishai Efraimov of Israel. And for all the track fans, next up, well, bang on cue, they cut to it. The women's 4x100 meter final. Going in the outside lane, Serbia. Inside them, in lane 5, Greece with Sofia Camperidou, Rafaela Spanodaki Chatsiriga back in action. She'll be going down the back straight. Dimitra Tsukala and Poliniki Imanulidou. They'll be a tough team to beat. In lane 4 from Slovenia, they'll be led off by Nina Jenko, then Lina Hirabar, then Lana Andolesk, and Lucia Putnik will bring them home. So just 3 teams in the women's 4 by 100 meters. It will be Slovenia in lane 4, Greece in lane 5, and Serbia in lane 6. The full Serbian lineup, which I didn't give first time round, leading them off will be Milika Imini. Going down the back straight will be Marija Bukovic. Then around the final bend, Tamara Miljutinovic. And finally, Milana Tiernic will be their anchor. But looking at the strength of that Greek quartet, I suspect they will be quite difficult to beat. They go in lane 5. Serbia outside them, and Slovenia on the inside in 4. Looks pretty even around this first bend, but it's a good first leg by Sofia Camperidou of Greece there. She maybe hands over just in front, but Slovenia going well there as well. That was a good leg by Nina Jenko. But it's quite even between the 3 teams, and if anything, the team on the outside, Serbia with Marija Bukovic, perhaps just have the edge. But now Greece, that was a slick exchange there, and a great leg down the back stretch by Cetin Riga. And now it is Dimitra Tsukala of Greece has the hosts in front. No issues with the exchange. It's a clean handover, and now it's a glory run for Poliniki Imanulidou. She powers the host down to victory at the Balkan Championships. It's gold for Greece. Coming through for second, it was Serbia. A good final leg from Milana Tiernic from them. And finally, the bronze will go to Slovenia with Lucia Putnik carrying them home to third place. But no surprises once they got the exchanges right, given the strength of the sprinters in that Greek quartet. It was always going to be likely. And that was Spanudaki Cețiriga down the backstretch. So impressive there. Showing that sprint speed. It was a great exchange there to Dimitra Tsukala, and I think that's just gave them a meter or two. In the end, it didn't make a difference, but a very fine third leg by Tsukala. She hands over, and a great slick exchange there as well to Imanulidou in the final leg, and she is just bounding down that home straight. Poliniki Imanulidou carries her nation to yet another Greek gold medal in Volos. $43.77 it is officially for Greece. And then Serbia 45.01 in second. And then Slovenia with 45.29 back in third. So very good running there by Greece. 43.77. And you can tell those athletes have certainly practiced those exchanges. Some nations, when so many athletes are based abroad, and even within the US, they so rarely get a chance to practice before they come to major championships. But that Greek team very much looking well drilled, and I'm sure have practiced those exchanges plenty. Good performance, great win, and another gold medal in the bag for the hosts. Now back to the men's long jump, and it is last chance saloon for Božidar Saraboyukov of Bulgaria. He needs to jump 8:07 to overhaul Miltiadis Tentoglu. That is currently the leading mark. He has jumped 7:90 so far, coming in round 3. Took a chance in round 5. Generally jumping into headwinds here as well, so no surprise to see these marks are just slightly down on what some of these athletes are capable of, typically. So Saraboyukov, last chance for the Bulgarian. That's a foul, unfortunately. And it's a big jump as well, even with the foul. That is a lot closer to 8 meters than he had been. But you can see there, 10 or 12 centimeters over. Božidar Saraboyukov has to settle for silver on the night. So ultimately a bit of disappointment, but not too much for Saraboyukov. It is another medal in the bag at the Balkan Championships to go with his recent silver at the European Under-23s. And that means that this man, Miltiadis Tentoglu, is the champion. And unfortunately for the many fans who've shown up, he's decided to pass his 6th attempt. He waited, he left the spikes on, but Tentoglu, well, the Balkan Championships I'm sure will mean something significant to him, but he of course has bigger fish to fry as he looks towards the Tokyo World Championships in September. And crucially, he has shown up on home turf. He has jumped in front of his fans. They only saw him jump twice ultimately. The first one was a foul, then he jumped that winning jump of 8.07, but passing his 4 subsequent attempts and just keeping his energy in reserve and making sure he leaves healthy, and he will be leaving Volos with a gold medal and the Balkan long jump title. Confirmation there of Miltiadis Tentoglu's win in the men's long jump, 8.07 ahead of Božidar Saraboyukov, 7.90 for the silver, and it was back in third from North Macedonia, Andreas Tchaikovsky. So the javelin, women's javelin is complete. The long jump is complete. That means we're just down to some track races. That's all that remains. 2 relays left. First up, it's going to be the men's 4x100, followed by the mixed relay. That's due to come up, the mixed relay, in 25 minutes, but they have been running a bit ahead of schedule at times, so it wouldn't surprise me to see that go off a bit earlier if everybody's present and correct. The men's 4x100 meter relay is due off in 5 minutes time. And with that long jump over, you can see some of the fans are headed for the exit, try and beat the traffic. But it has been a very interesting day one, an entertaining day one at the Balkan Athletics Championships. And thank you for joining European Athletics live coverage. It's great to have you with us. And remember that European Athletics throughout the summer streaming so many events from around the circuit, and indeed the World Athletics Continental Tour, the various levels of it. So stay tuned to their platforms and indeed their website for details of other streams. Athletics has never been so accessible to follow. So next event on track will be the men's 4x100 meter relay, and we'll see if the hosts can potentially add another gold medal and do what the women's 4x100 meter sprinters did just a while ago. But this will be a deeper field than the women's. 6 teams will go in this one: San Marino, Serbia, Ukraine, Greece, Turkey and North Macedonia. And it is very difficult to know, but you would have to imagine the Turkish quartet will be quite formidable here. They do have Ramil Guliev running the anchor leg. Vastly accomplished 200 meter runner is Guliev. Kayan Oser will be running down the back straight for Turkey. That is a very strong quartet, just looking at the lineup, so Greece will have it all to do. But it is very hard. There's some new names in there, so every team is only as strong as its weakest link. That goes in terms of speed, but also in terms of changeovers. So often calamity at the changeover zone, whether breaking the zone or dropping the baton. As we see that victorious Greek quartet that were just being interviewed there. And the crowd have certainly got their money's worth for coming out to watch the Balkan Athletics Championships. And they'll be hoping for another couple of Greek wins to round out the evening in the concluding 2 relays. First up, the men's 4x100, followed soon after by the mixed 4x400 meters. there are your lineups for the men's 4x100 meters. And it will be a very hard race to call. I suspect Ukraine will be strong in lane 5, Greece in 6 and Turkey in 7. Serbia as well in lane 4. But currently the men just standing patiently, trying to stay warm behind their blocks. Although it's an easy night to stay warm, the temperature is still above 30, despite it being 10:40 at night. So we're pretty much ready for the introductions. And on the outside it will be North Macedonia, led off by Andreas Trakowski. Then Marko Alekovski will run down the back straight. Third for them will be Mihail Petrov and then Jovan Stahovski. It's a strong quartet. The Turks though are certainly going to be strong here. Ertan Ozkan will lead them off. Then Kayhan Oser, Batuhan Altintas and Ramil Guliev will be bringing it home. For the Greeks, trying to get yet another gold medal, Lampos Volakis will lead them off. He'll hand over to Nicholas Panagiotopoulos. Then it will be Sotirios Karagiannis. And then finally Vasilios Myrianthopoulos will be running their anchor leg. Ukraine will be led off by Alexander Sosnovenko. Dmitrio Kravets will be next up. Then Dmitrio Janchik and Ilya Popov will be their anchor runner. Serbia, meanwhile, Strahinja Johanovic will lead them off. Mare Radosavljevic will run second. Bosko Kijanovic will be back on track, running third. And then finally Alexa Kijanovic will be their anchor runner. And for San Marino, the great underdogs, Francesco Molinari will be leading them off. He'll hand over to Gianmarco Gulini. Alessandro Gasperoni will run third. And finally Mattias Francini. So from the inside, lane 3 San Marino, lane 4 Serbia, lane 5 Ukraine, lane 6 Greece, lane 7 Turkey, and lane 8 North Macedonia, the men's 4x100 meters. Away they go. It's a pretty even start there around the bend. Hard to know who's eating up the stagger at the moment. Perhaps Ukraine going well there in lane 5 at the moment. But it's quite even. Turkey also going very well down the outside. And that is Kayhan Oser of Turkey. He perhaps has the lead, but Greece closing in there. That's Panagiotopoulos who hands over there. It's very close now between Greece and Turkey as they round the bend. It is Greece and Turkey, these two pulling clear. Ukraine trying to hold on to them, but it is Greece against Turkey. Now can Ramil Guliev, but Myrianthopoulos looks to be bringing it home once again for the host. Myrianthopoulos hanging on, Guliev charging. It is Greece, I think. Greece just about got across the line ahead of Turkey. What a home straight duel that was, with Vasilios Myrianthopoulos just about holding off the charge. And that 200-meter strength of Ramil Guliev, the experienced, the seasoned elder statesman of Turkish athletics. He did all he could, but in the end, he just did not have enough to reel in Vasilios Myrianthopoulos. But it was very close. We'll await official confirmation of that result. That was a slick exchange there by Turkey. But this was a brilliant leg here. That is Sotirios Karagiannis on the third leg for them. And you can see it just gives Myrianthopoulos that half meter or so he needed. He held that for the first 80 meters. And right at the finish there, Guliev is charging. But it's not enough. It's maybe only 6 inches in it at most. It is 0.02 of a second between them at the line. Greece take victory. 39.03, just ahead of Turkey, 39.05, and then it was Ukraine back in third, 39.63, and then Serbia back in fourth, 40.25. So they're flexing and they're posing, and they very much earned that right. The Greek quartet doing their country proud. Lampros Volikas, Nikolaos Panagiotopoulos, Sotirios Kerigiannis, and Vasilios Myrianthopoulos. They are the quartet who carried their nation's colours to glory at the Balkan Championships, and yet another gold medal for the hosts, who are absolutely rising to the occasion in spectacular fashion. And with that, there is just one event remaining. That will be the mixed 4x400 metres, which will be coming up quite soon. It's due off at 11 p.m. local time. That's 10 p.m. CET. But it wouldn't surprise me. Some of the events have gone off early already if they got that underway a little sooner, given looks like all the blocks are set up at the 400 4x4 staggers already. We will have 4 teams in the mixed 4x400 metres: Turkey, Ukraine, Greece and Moldova. And Olimpiona, one of the Zenechia twins, will be back. She'll be running the anchor. Olimpiona Zenechia. Her sister Laura, who won the 400 metres earlier, will not be in action. You might see her back tomorrow. But Olimpiona Zenechia will be trying to anchor Greece to glory in the final event of the evening, which will be coming up very soon. So there are the lineups for the final event of the evening on day one at the Balkan Athletics Championships, coming to you from Volos in Greece. Six teams going to the line: San Marino in lane 3, Serbia in lane 4, Ukraine in 5, Greece in 6, Turkey in 7, and North Macedonia on the outside in 8. And scrap all that, because I was looking at the men's 4x100 meter lineup. It's been a long day. But there is just one event remaining. And the mixed 4x400 meters will in fact have 4 teams. Lane 4, Turkey; lane 5, Ukraine; lane 6, Greece; and lane 7, Moldova. And doesn't look like the athletes, well, they're not out on track yet, but they're gathered alongside the track. So it probably is going to go off on time at 11 local time, 10 p.m. CET is the schedule for the last event of the evening. So the final event of the evening, the mixed relay, and on the outside lane 7, will be Moldova. Stanislav Kiereg will lead them off. He will hand over to Madalina Kulea. We saw in action earlier on. And then it will be Ivan Galusko of Moldova. Or sorry, they're all Moldova, of course. And then he'll be on the third leg. And then it will be Zenia Bergi bringing it home on the anchor. The order, of course, set these days. It used to be flexible in the mixed relay, but now it rules apply that it has to be man, woman, man, woman. And there is a presentation ongoing, which is why we've just interrupted the introductions for the mixed relay teams. And if my ears are working correctly, I think it's Elina Zenko. The women's javelin presentation. So let's get back to the introductions for the mixed relay, and we'll just quickly again, give you the Moldovan lineup on the outside. Stanislav Kireg will lead them off. Then it will be Madalina Kulea. Going third will be Ivan Galusko. And then on anchor it is Zhenya Bergi. In lane 6, it's the hosts, and they have been absolutely flying high this evening. Greece will be led off by Yanis Simoni. He will hand over to Ekaterina Grigoriadou. Petros Papagiannis will run third, and he will hand over to the silver medalist in the 400 metres earlier on, Olimpiona Zenegia. Ukraine, meanwhile, will be led off by Alexander Molodika. Natalia Pyrazhenko-Chornomas will run second. She'll hand over to Rostislav Holobovic, and then it will be Natalia Bezidovska on anchor. Turkey will be led off by Denizkan Kartal. Elif Polat will run second, then it will be Oguzhan Kaya, and finally their female anchor Gulsa Cebici. They are your 4 teams for the mixed 4x400 metre final, the last event of the evening on day 1 of the Balkan Athletics Championships. Lane 4, Turkey. Lane 5, Ukraine. Lane 6, Greece. And lane 7, Moldova. Away they go, and it is a pretty even start there around that first bend, and it looks like Yanis Simoni of Greece is just eating into that stagger a little. He has moved up on Stanislav Gereg of Moldova outside him. Pretty even really between the other 3 teams, but certainly Greece at the moment with Yanis Simoni looking to close what has been a brilliant evening for the hosts with yet another gold medal. Yanis Simoni is away and gone through the first 250, but now starting to come through for Ukraine is Alexander Molodika. He's running strongly there since halfway, and he's certainly in second at the moment. Also going well for Turkey is Denizkan Kartal. But at the moment, it looks like it's going to be Greece who hand over first, but there's not that much in it. Yanis Simoni comes up now. He does get the baton off first, just about ahead of Ukraine. And it will be Natalia Pyrazhenko-Chornomas now for Ukraine. And she will be stalking the slipstream of Ekaterina Grigoriadou of Greece. And then back in third, that is Turkey's Elif Polat, who will have a beautiful slipstream to try and slot in behind these 2 athletes and then try to launch an attack in the home straight. And indeed, Polat might just get up the inside, not quite, of the Ukrainian at Pyrazhenko. Chornomas just shuts the door there at halfway, but still leading at the moment for Greece. It is Ekaterina Grigoriadou. She leads, but it's a small lead, and there is pressure coming from behind. And Elif Polat of Turkey has run an amazing leg. She looks like she may well hand over in first, but now the Greek athlete Grigoriadou just digs in again, holding that inside line, saving the ground, and it's going to be Greece in front at halfway as we hand back over to the men, and it is Petros Papagiannis of Greece who is out front, and then it is Oguzhan Kaya of Turkey, and back in third, and it is a close third, Rostislav Holobovic of Ukraine. These 3 look to be where the medals are heading, because there is a yawning gap then back to the athletes from Moldova. It is Petros Papagiannis holding the advantage, but moving up there into second, Rostislav Holobovic of Ukraine. And Turkey right there too on the inside is set up for a brilliant anchor leg, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on Olimpiona Zenegia's shoulders, but she's in brilliant form as we saw earlier in the 400 for Greece. Greece might get the baton in front. No, they won't, because Turkey are coming through on the inside, and he's going to now have to switch outside. Gulsa Cebici takes the baton for Turkey in front with a 5-meter advantage over Olimpiona Zenegia of Greece, and then it is Ukraine's Natalia Bezidovska back in third, and Cebici has really just put the pedal to the metal there down the back straight. She has built that advantage from about 3 or 4 meters up to about 7 or 8 meters now as they hit halfway. Cebici, will she slow down over the latter half, or will Zenegia or Bezidovska have something to come back with? She's gone very, very hard, Sabici of Turkey, but at the moment she still has that advantage, but there will be a challenge in the home straight. Can Sabici hold on? It is Turkey hanging on for dear life, but Greece have been conquering all throughout the day. Can they conquer one last relay? A charge from Olympiona Zanegia. Will she get there? I don't think she's quite going to get there. She's going to run out of road. It is Turkey who take gold with Gulsa Sabici. A huge anchor leg off the front to deliver gold for her nation in the mixed 4x400 meters. And then it was Olympiona Zanegia of Greece brought them back for second. A brilliant effort from her yet again with the fatigue of the 400 meters earlier in her legs. And it was Natalia Bezidovska of Ukraine carried them through for the bronze medals. You can see just that late move. I think Ozigan Kaya just forgot there for a moment that it wasn't a regular 400 meter race, and if you do go up the inside, of course, those positions of where people stand, they're determined halfway through the leg, and you're not allowed to move after that or you'll get disqualified. Have to stay in order. So while he was coming through in that brilliant run up the inside, he had to make a quick right turn to get the baton into the hand safely of Gulsa Sabici, and Sabici really set her stall out early there, and it was perhaps smart because she did not allow Zanegia to go with her to benefit from that slipstream. At this point she's starting to have her in her sights and close down on her. She just needed another 10 meters, maybe might have got there, 20 meters, but running strong to the line, Gulsa Sabici delivers a brilliant glittering gold medal at the Balkan Athletics Championships for her nation. Greece, brilliant all night. And they were brilliant yet again in the relay, but they have to settle for silver on this occasion. And then it was Ukraine with Natalia Bezidovska bringing them back for bronze. And that just about does it. It's been a long evening, but a brilliant evening of athletics at the Balkan Athletics Championships. And a big thank you for those of you who tuned in. And remember, we'll be back at the same time tomorrow evening. But from me, Cathal Dennehy, for now, it's goodbye.
Στο μετάλλιο στους βαλκανικούς αγώνες. Μίλτο, δεν ήταν καλή μέρα για σένα. Ξεκίνησες με ένα άκυρο, αλλά τραυματίστηκες, θα λέγαμε.
Δεν τραυματίστηκα. Εντάξει, έκανα ένα άλμα. Μετά μπήκα στο δεύτερο, έκανα 8 μέτρα και αποφάσισα ότι είναι επικίνδυνο να πηδήξω εδώ σήμερα και δεν συνέχισα. Εντάξει, βλακεία, γιατί είχε έρθει τόσος κόσμος να με δει. Είχαν έρθει και οι δικοί μου, όλη η οικογένεια από τα Γρεβενά. Ο πατέρας μου ήταν εδώ. Η μητέρα μου, η θεία μου, πολλά άτομα και απλά ήταν βαρετός αγώνας. Τουλάχιστον εγώ περίμενα αν με περάσει ο Βούλγαρος να μπορώ να κάνω κι άλλο άλμα, θα έκανα, αλλά δεν με περνούσε και δεν χρειάστηκε.
Ήταν αυτό που σε ενόχλησε εκεί στο πρώτο άκυρο, στην άμμο?
Ήταν πολύ σκληρή άμμος και δεν τραυματίστηκα, αλλά το θεώρησα επικίνδυνο άμα κάνω κι άλλο άλμα. Και επίσης, άμα η τέλεια προσγείωση για μένα είναι η προσγείωση που φεύγει το κεφάλι μου πίσω. Νιώθω, δηλαδή, επειδή πετάω τα πόδια μπροστά, νιώθω ότι το κεφάλι μου κάνει αυτό το πράγμα. Άμα γινόταν αυτό σήμερα, μπορεί να σπάζα πολλά πράγματα. Εντάξει, είμαστε ok, φύγαμε λίγες ρατσουνιές. Okay.
Αυτό σε βάζει σε σκέψεις ό,τι αφορά την επόμενη εβδομάδα, την ερχόμενη?
Θα κάνω το ίδιο πράγμα την άλλη εβδομάδα. Θα μπορώ να κάνω ένα άλμα και θα φύγω. Δεν έχω όρεξη.
Σε ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Καλή συνέχεια με το. Τα κορίτσια της Κιτάλης, χρυσό μετάλλιο. Σοφία.
Γεια σας.
Λοιπόν, χρυσό μετάλλιο. Πήρατε αυτό που θέλατε. Όμως με ένα παράπονο θα λέγαμε, γιατί θέλατε και κάτι ακόμα. Θέλατε ένα πανελλήνιο ρεκόρ.
Κυνηγούσαμε ένα πανελλήνιο ρεκόρ, το πιστεύαμε, αλλά δεν βγήκε. Δεν πειράζει. Συνεργαστήκαμε καλά πάλι για ακόμη μια φορά. Κάναμε ό,τι καλύτερο μπορούσαμε. Και εντάξει, πήραμε ένα χρυσό μετάλλιο.
Ραφαέλα, μία ομάδα μέταλλο, με μέταλλο. Δυνατή ομάδα. Εσύ έκανες 2 τα χρυσά σήμερα.
Τα έκανα 2. Εντάξει, μπορούσαμε σίγουρα να κάνουμε καλύτερη επίδοση. Στη Μαδρίτη είχαμε συναγωνισμό, εδώ ήμασταν μόνες μας. Αποδείξαμε ότι είμαστε για πολύ πιο κάτω, αφού όλες δηλαδή τρέχαμε κάθε μία μόνη της. Και πάμε γερά γιατί είμαστε πολύ δυνατή ομάδα και την πιστεύω πολύ εγώ τη συγκεκριμένη.
Και το δείχνετε.